Hey, Jesse Ward. Good morning, Blade Turbo. Hello, Nexus of Concordia. Hey, DJ Flick. Hello, McPoint Dexter. Hello, Loner. I wouldn't watch that rumination. It's Concordia. I'm talking about Star Wars, and you know how terrifying of a prospect that is. I know I was gonna have it. Thank you, McPoint Dexter. And I'll put that towards Borderlands 2, apparently. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of these, Walmer. This is actually probably one of the worst ones, but that makes sense since it's the first one. All the way back on the SNES. Hazardous. So Bowser's a mushroom now. And now he's a scarecrow. What I find amusing is it hasn't been that bad, has this? But there's already people in the comments section who have been like, oh, man, this movie was great. No, this movie was garbage. Earlier mandatory platforming. We're also seeing a lot more status effect-y stuff from this point onwards. Speaking of which, I need to make sure that Peach has a certain accessory on for an upcoming boss. One thing I found funny is that one person in the comments section insisted that the only thing that affected the sales figures of Solo and Rogue One was Last Jedi. Which I very much do not agree with, consequently. In either direction. What am I doing? Yes. What do we got here? But yeah, we're going through what, by memory, is the worst part of the game. We'll see how it holds up. We've got some mandatory platforming. Normal course, please. been here in a while. I've been busy traveling around. Where are you headed? Is it Monstro Town by chance? Yes. Okay, listen up. Look for the world where the ant pops up and proceed after it. Keep following it and you'll find your way underground. Listen, Jesse's Mask, all I'm saying is that Star Wars is the worst, best thing ever. The originator of the terminology critic. And I have unintentionally inspired people to start arguing about Rogue One in chat just now. Yay! I don't have anything new to add. I pretty much gave my opinion during the room. Other than the fact that it's better than A New Hope in every way. Okay, there we go. Got that out of the way. That's an interesting question, Rasmus. Because what you're asking me is more philosophical than anything else. Is an incompetent manager, because Krennic was incompetent, that's part of the Krennic archetype, is an incompetent manager have a right to be upset about being removed from a project that they've been championing, is what you're telling me. And it's like, I mean, that's valid, Hasdus, but it doesn't really change the core philosophy any. Like, the idea of, well, Krennic's a bumbling idiot, so is it okay if he's removed from the project? I mean, even, like I said, because, you know, obviously, you know, the Death Star is a horrible thing, and Tarkin was making a power play, duh. But that's not what you asked me. If the Empire, the Galactic Empire, was not some incredibly evil organization, one could argue that maybe Krennic should be rewarded for having finally succeeded at something. And then, you know, actually given a chance to continue to succeed since he did so. So I suppose that's valid? But again, that's still not quite what you asked me. You asked, does he have a right to be upset about it? It's kind of an academic question anyways, because, I mean, whether he has the right to be upset or not, he's probably going to be upset about it. What the heck is Rouge 1, Zacteft? I mean, nobody could compete with Peter Cushing. I've actually talked about this before. The reason the Galactic Empire is the way it is quite literally because of Peter Cushing. I mean, there are other factors, obviously, but he is quite literally the face of the Galactic Empire, and so for those of you who haven't actually ever thought about this or realized this, one of the things Star Wars has done is they're like, oh, well, okay, so how do we flesh out this universe more? And And so they look back to what was happening in the previous movies, and they say, aha, there's this one random line, or there's this one accent, or this is how this character was acting, therefore... And they extrapolate from there, right? So yeah, Peter Cushing quite literally determined what the Galactic Empire's function and style would be henceforth because of being Peter Cushing, which I find hysterical. I mean, the reason the what's that, posh British accent, or whatever that's called, is the Imperial accent, is entirely because of Peter Cushing. They could have gone another way with that, since, you know, Alec Guinness was there, too. Let's go with this. Anyways. Listen, I refuse, under principle, to acknowledge that that movie is called Rouge One. I hate that so much! Oh my god. It's such an aggravation. Sorry. It's a gargantuan pet peeve of mine that, that people do not know how to spell the word rogue. Like, if it was an occasional thing, I would be willing to let it go, but I think about 98% of the time when someone types the word rogue, they type the word rouge. And it drives me batty. They do that in WoW all the time. What class do you bring? I'm gonna bring my rouge. No, you're not! You do not have a rouge class! It doesn't exist! Okay. Breathing, breathing. So, do I think we needed more of Vader in Rogue One? No, absolutely not. I very much disagree of the idea that there should have been more Vader. And the specific reason why is because... There we go. Is because... I think I talked about this in the rumination, actually. If you're going to have the viewpoint down here, you only want snippets of the big fish, right? You only want to glimpse the shark in the distance. You'll notice that Tarkin is also not in the movie very much. Exactly as it should be. Tarkin just kind of peeks in, effortlessly takes the project away from Krennic, and then just kind of peeks out. Then he peeks in like twice more throughout the course of the film, and that's it. Same thing with Vader. And that's exactly how it should be. That's exactly what we needed, was a glimpse. I don't want to spoil something, but a certain video game in Star Wars does a similar concept where we only get one tiny glimpse of, you know, a big fish, and the rest of it is all low tier, as it should be. Yeah, to use this in a non-personal power kind of a way, if you're going to do a Lower Decks episode, you want Picard to peek in periodically. You don't want the Picard to be a regular feature of your Lower Decks episode. I have no idea what you're talking about, Nexus Concordia. I plead the physics. Yeah, exactly. The whole point is when you spot the big fish, it's supposed to be a big moment. Even Deep Space Nine kind of did this. So there's an episode almost entirely centered around Nog and Jake as they're trying to get this baseball card. You remember that one? And there's this one scene in that episode where they bring in Odo. And Odo, who's a regular, who's, you know, Odo, nevertheless comes across as more intimidating and, you know, higher tier than he probably otherwise would because he's Odo and because they only use him for that one scene. By the way, I did really like Rogue One. Obviously, it does have some issues and problems and flaws, but, you know, that's definitely what I would call a net positive film. Agreed. Yeah, the Mandalorian cameo, which I'm not going to spoil right here, in Season 2 is a good example of that. That's the kind of thing you don't want to see multiple times. Thank you, Spartan. We're already talking about it, as you can see. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to save right here. I'm just going to backup save. We're going to do this. We're going to finally level. We haven't leveled this whole game, really. We're going to level. decided what level we're going to get up to yet, but we're definitely going to get some levels right here. I have not seen The Mandalorian, no. Hang on. Head here. To this person. I agree with that completely, Trihexia. I hit the wrong button because I'm stupid, but that's okay. We'll just go up here and die. Honestly, my biggest problem with Rogue One was the very last scene, which I think is completely unnecessary and really doesn't add anything to the work, but that's just me. I've never been really big on A New Hope. Don't mistake me, I enjoy it. I think it's a good film. But when compared to, you know, the really, really good stuff, nah. A New Hope would probably be a yellow film for me. Was better than Leia in every way, in terms of the quality of it. That's cool, Hazardous? I still think it sucked. I mean, not only was it unnecessary, but it also kind of, you know, didn't look anywhere near as good as the stuff they do with Cushing. Like, just in terms of raw quality. So far, we have given a positive and a negative to the music in Pestor. God, this is taking so long to die. I mean, the rest of the film does, Hazardous. If that's what you mean. Because, yeah, no, the first time I think I said this in the room. First time I saw that in the theaters, I immediately went home and wanted to watch A New Hope. Because, hell yeah. But no, the final Tantive 4 scene is not what caused that. It was just the film as a whole. Vader destroys the thing, the Tantive 4 escapes, and I'm like, yeah! And then, you know. The end. It's just... Well, that sounds like the anti-prequel argument, Jesse Ward, which I admittedly don't agree with at all, but is a valid argument. Okay, this is irritating. I'm having trouble dying. And I have to die here because... Yeah, okay, so kill me! Kill me! Kill me! Kill me! We need to get our daily mandated YouTube suicide in. Why wouldn't he throw Mario as an attack? Unfortunately, you cannot attack yourself. I mean... Why would I have a problem with you making a mod list this one? Oh, right, I'm keeping you company whether you want me to or not. Well, okay. Oh, thank God we're dead. Oh, okay. Back into it. Jeez, that took forever. We are now at the level we should have been back at the pirate ship, for a bit of perspective. Depends on if anybody dies in the process tracks, yeah. But unfortunately, it's not that simple, so... It also varies based on county and state and a whole lot of other things, so... Who knows? Is the answer to your question. Yep, levels keep after death. That's why we're so desperate to die. This is the farm spot, by the way. This is the best X per time in the entire game right here. Let me check something. Now the catch is we need to die now. And I killed everything. Good news is I think I can die. Bad news is I'm super dead. Probably the fastest way to die at this point. Did I leave anything up alive? Up top. Hey, Darth Medora. Nope, I killed everything. Damn my efficiency. Okay. Because I definitely want to be at least 16 before I leave here. That's kind of the goal. Apparently, this is just a straight-up genocide one. No, you can't target yourself in battle. Which just, yeah, kind of sucks. Alright, let's do this. Let's talk to this guy. Yes. Thankfully, these guys hit a lot harder. Unthankfully, I've already defeated them, so that's not gonna help. Let's see if this does. Yay! Okay. So we're gonna do this a bit of a weird way here. We're gonna just kind of speed this up a little bit for the sake of speeding it up a little bit. So B, C. There we go. This is taking a really long time. There we go. We're dead. Okay. I'm going to check my gold count after this. There's Ultra Jump, which is actually worse than Super Jump in several ways. 30, I believe, in Pestor. We're not going that far. I speedrun my death every day. Okay, good. That's what I thought. So it does reset our coins, so I can spend another 400 coins for another star here without any consequence. Yeah, no, this is the best leveling spot in the entire game. Bar none. Okay. So, what's up, everyone? We're free to talk about Star Wars for a bit, because I'm just going to be doing this for a few minutes. I'm not going to do it that long. Like I said, I just want to be about 16-ish. I could go well past that, but... Oh, no, this is absolutely intended. No doubt. Okay, so... Enter John Optimus Prime versus Rodimus Prime? What about it? And Valerian apparently asked me a question. Where's... Well, West Wing should... Hang on, so let me hold these two buttons down. First of all, yes, I think that type of a show can absolutely work. Second of all... Second of all, the question you didn't ask, which would work better? Star Wars or Star Trek? Honestly, I think Star Trek would work better for that. I know that sounds strange, but the governance of the Galactic Republic is pretty well-trod ground, and the Galactic Empire's governance is not as interesting as it could be. But the Federation? Like, they face stuff daily, you know? At least they should. So, lame question. Would I buy Fallout 3 and or New Vegas on the Switch knowing they can be modded? Yes, absolutely. No question. I've never really played New Vegas modded. So... Now, I did have a mod for Fallout 3, which I was rather fond of. Just the one. Wow, no levels that time around. Come on. There we go. I can't remember what the name of it was. It was a mod that added a whole bunch of additional guns and ammo types to the game, so that was something that helped me to... one of the things I love to do in Fallout 3 is on-site procurement, so having just a massively larger bin of guns and ammo type actually made that more interesting, because, you know, instead of just having the 10mm with, like, 2 mods, it's all this tons of stuff that you can do, and that was really cool, and I like that. Anyways, yeah, Fook! That's it, Fook! That was the one. Fallout Overhaul Kit. I think it did other things too, but the guns was the big one. Was it in character for Tarkin to replace clones with stormtroopers because he wants to be cheap? I mean, no, in my opinion, but, you know, whatever. How do I divide up KOTOR for movie purposes? KOTOR would be one movie, in my honest opinion. I think you could make a good, solid, you know, 90-minute thing out of just KOTOR 1. That being said, if you want to divvy up the whole Old Republic era of that thing, 3 movies is easy. You have The Mandalorian Wars and Revan's Rise and Fall, you have KOTOR 1, and then you have KOTOR 2. Hang on, I didn't see it, Spartan. Give me just 1 second. This is taking more of my concentration than I thought it would, because I have to be efficient about killing these things. Whoa! Couldn't move there for a second. Leveling so fast I can't even move! I'm just gonna do this as faster. I mean, why would I care about leaving the audience hanging? Screw 'em! So Spartan asked a question. There it is. How would I like the final confrontation with Kylo and Luke in TLJ? Oh! I was just sitting here thinking, what scene are you talking about? When is Kyle Katarn in The Last Jedi? I'm so confused. Alright, so... the big confrontation scene between Kylo and Luke in TLJ. I like how one of the monsters actually killed themselves there, by the way. Did you catch that? Yeah, the actual discussion streams of all the sequel movies are still there. And that's about as much as you're going to get as my in-depth thoughts in general. Yeah, just Kyle Katarn shows up and is like, Luke, what the hell? Luke's like, hey! I mean, visually it's interesting. Like, it's well presented. Listen, the sequel trilogy is the best/worst movie ever made. I'm saying. And yeah, then Mara Jade shows up and is like, Luke, what the hell? Smack. Yeah, some year we might actually do a real discussion on the sequel trilogy. And by that I mean a real rumination and a whole thing on that. But I actually still kind of avoid discussing the sequel trilogy. So you forgive me for not really going in depth into answering your questions, Martin. Because it is still, I mean, as is evidenced by my YouTube comment section today, it is still not super safe to discuss the sequel trilogy. That's, and then, yeah, and then Luke shows up and says, Luke, what the hell? Smack. It's just a thing that keeps happening. Do I think a miniseries set in the Tor era would work better than movies? Absolutely, yes. One of the things I've become more and more, in favor of, / pushing for, I don't know how to put that, is that shows are better than movies in every single way. And so, as a direct consequence, I think a lot of works would work better as shows than as movies. And frankly, a lot of the recent Star Wars and Marvel stuff has been proving me right about that. I might as well just go all the way with this. Wait, what the heck is a human flaw? Is that like how you just won't stop bleeding? That's just, oh, that's so irritating. Hang on, what level am I? Let's go for one more level and then we'll cut it off there. Yeah, and then Vader shows up and is like, Luke, what the hell? Ah. I will admit, in an ideal, money doesn't exist, I have a holodeck kind of a situation, I would love to make movies, games, and shows all set, within the extant. But, that's kind of not gonna happen in any time soon. So, shows is a little bit more feasible for me. But I do think a lot can be done with shows. I think Tor, I think the Final Fantasies, I think, I think there's more you can do with long-form storytelling than with short-form storytelling, because it's long-form storytelling. That's kind of built into the name, This takes so long to die. This is the only downside of this leveling method, by the way. I don't know if you've been paying attention. I do. I know this because I've done this on the SNES, where I don't have the speed up. It gets harder and harder to die the higher level you get. And so this can take quite a while. You notice I'm fighting 4 enemies, 2 of which hit very hard, and 1 of which does status effects constantly, and I'm still not dead. So... yeah, if you I know it's probably going by a little bit too quick, but the average damage they're hitting me for is 1. 16 health left, 12 health, 9 health, 7 health. We're almost there. Yes, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Oh, thank God. Okay. No, I did not see that Triaxia. What the heck is the happy ending mod? What? We can't have happy endings in video games. Everything must be ultra grimdark. I mean, the fact that it's super amazingly awesome hazardous. I mean, in fairness, there are 3 leveling spots in this game, too. It's just this is the 3rd and best one. Good morning, Justin. The other 2, excuse me, are the other star spots, by the way. So, last time... What's the issue here, Hazardous? I mean, it's extremely cool, and honestly, if there's anything Rogue One did right, it's the visuals, right? I mean, I like several things about Rogue One, but the visuals of that movie were amazeballs. Now I gotta think about it. What are the grind spots in FF6? Because I can think of 3. Five if you want to stretch it. But I could go with 3. Anyways, don't worry, we're done leveling. Oh, cool, Jaxie. I actually talked about... So, this is related to what Takoida said. I'm sure he hasn't seen the room, but I spent like 5 or 10 minutes talking just about the test fire shot on Jeddah. You remember that scene? And that is the... They're not very deadly then, are they? Just go... That is probably the best scene in terms of just cinematography in the entire film. And the relevance and the significance of that is that you can only really do something like that in a movie. You only really have the time and the budget and the resources and the personnel on a movie's scope to do a scene like that. Stuff like that, that's what a movie does better than a show, right there. That's... Whew. In a show, what you could show is like the Death Star and then the one fire, and then you could show the distance shots, because they're a lot easier to render, a lot easier to do, and you could have him saying, oh, it's beautiful. But that's kind of it, right? You couldn't really show it the way it should be. Hang on, what do we got? Yes. I don't remember the optimal order, so we'll do left, middle, right. Okay, I think that's correct. Find out in a minute. Well, one of the ideas that's been workshopped since the 80s is to make shows with the budget of a movie. This is actually something that's happening nowadays, too. Some of the recent MCU shows have actually had pretty decent budget. But if you're wondering why it goes back to the 80s, believe it or not, it was Lucas himself who actually got that ball rolling. How many of you remember the Young Indiana Jones series? So, I could talk about the show itself. Belome is how I pronounce it. It was left, middle, right for... whatever. I mean, the quality of the show doesn't actually matter for the purposes of this discussion. And, in fact, I barely remember the actual episodes. The relevant point was Lucas had the idea for, let's do a show with the budget of a movie. Let's actually throw our weight into it as if this was a full-time film and chop it up into episodes. Whether that succeeded or not is debatable, but I do think it is a workable format. The problem, of course, comes into funding that. How do you fund that? Now, Disney has no problem funding that nowadays because they're freaking Disney. But I only point that out because the practical, other than the funding issue, the practical consequence there is usually those shows, rather than being, say, a typical 22 episode season, tend to be closer to a 7 or a 9 episode season. Which, if you're paying attention, is how long most of the recent shows have been. So, anyways, we picked wrong. Speaking of repetitive music. I'm okay with it too, it's just that's the trade-off. By the way, I don't know if you saw this, Jesse Ward, but you funded Mortal Kombat 11 yesterday. Yeah, that's another thing. Because those episodes don't have to adhere to a standard cable show format, they can be whatever length they need to be. To use a parallel, Undertale, the Undertale Theater, I didn't have to care about, you know, fitting into a slot or making room for advert breaks or whatever. I could just make the episodes as long as they needed to be. So we had a 30-minute, a 1 hour, a 1 hour 10, a 1 hour 30, and a 3 hour episode. Okay. Boss time. You look so tasty. I think I'll have just a snack. Laura used to be good at fighting games, but the last one I played seriously was Dissidia. I don't like gore, but Mortal Kombat isn't really gory. Mortal Kombat is hysterical. Never forget a taste. In fact, I can clone someone after just one slurp. Well, look delicious, but how do you taste? Tastes peachy. Get it? I do admit that newer Mortal Kombat gets a little bit more gross than older Mortal Kombat. But it's still not the end of the world, and honestly, it was actually rather well requested a while ago, so whatever. Mario tastes sour, apparently. Oh no, not again. I'm starving. Time to go home for dinner. Goodbye, boys and girls. Kill the clones too? Oh my god. Die, Peach! Die, Mario! What's really funny to me is Mortal Kombat became successful because of the gore. No, let's all just accept and admit that that's why it became successful. But it amuses me because several of the older Mortal Kombats, most notably 1, 2, and 3, were really good games. Like, actually well-designed, well-constructed, actually made waves in the fighting game community. But they became big because of the gore. Oh, hello again. That pipe is a shortcut to my home, Monster Town. I'll see you there. I mean, I don't agree with that, Loner, but I mean, that is effectively what happened in that case. Yeah, the artificial outrage pushed those games way farther than they probably should have. So I've been told since I was in high school that I have a good voice, DB Dimitri. I don't hear it, honestly. I can't stand the sound of my voice, but I've heard that a lot, and I don't get it. Hey, the 3 musty fears are offering me for me to sleep here. Sweet. Yeah, no, Mortal Kombat has actual lore to it, which I remember the first time I told a friend that, and they were like, wait, there's a story in that game? And I just looked at them for a minute. Nice to meet ya. I'm Garipa. Hi, I'm the Big Boo. I'm Drybones. We're the 3 musty fears. He's sleeping. Boy, he sure is. Check those bubbles coming out of his nose. Yeah, it's gross. Maybe he can still hear us while he's asleep? Hey, you! We want to play a round of Find the Flag. Right, we'll each hide a flag somewhere around the world. Yeah, find all 3 flags and you'll win an awesome prize. We'll go and hide the flags. See you when you get back. They'll be back. I'm back. I hid my flag behind a wooden flower. See if I can remember where all these are. Oh, my flag's under a green bed. I think I know where that one is. I'm back. He'll never guess my spot. It's between O and A. Okay, I don't remember that one. Our flags are invisible, so search very carefully when you think you found the spot. Don't forget what we told you. I mean, I have literally put people to sleep with my voice before, so I suppose that's whatever. Thank you, Jesse Ward. As always. I was just going to suggest picking something that's close to being funded that you haven't put money towards. But I don't know what that is off the top of my head. The website and the spreadsheet are up to date, by the way. I was doing that last night while I was playing D&D. I actually agree with that, Blow Up Alex. Like, the core lore of, you know, the Outer Realms and the relationship between the various deities and the rules that they set up in order to keep everything in check, that made sense, right? Like, that kind of tracked. It was all a system between the, let's call it what it is, the good gods and the bad gods, in order to try and make sure that everyone didn't do things all willy-nilly. It's essentially the same system that Forgotten Realms has set up. And then it started going into Nana. And then the apocalypse happened, and oh my gosh. Just a minute, I'll be there in a second. Oh my. Goomba, what are you doing here? Bowser, it's been ages, hasn't it? Sorry about going AWOL on you. I ran away because I was scared to fight Smithy. A lot has happened since then, but look how far I've come. I'm managing the store now. And look, here are my little ones. Come on, show your manners and greet Uncle Bowser. Hi, Uncle Bowser. Although I can't fight for you, I still have some items you can use. Maybe you'll find it in your heart to forgive me if I can help get you equipped? Don't worry. I'm not angry with you. I've got new troops now, and we're gonna reclaim my castle. You go on with your life here. I wish you the best. Arcane got funded, like, a week ago. Something like that. So they sell mushroom, which I'm gonna buy because they're adorable. So I do want that and that. He only sells equipment for Bowser, of course, but it's actually pretty good equipment, so... Where's Mrs. Goomba? Tragically, Mrs. Goomba was lost in the Great War of 1-3. Yeah, on here. Sort a little bit. Well, thank you, Linerith. And you actually spelled it correctly. Oh my god. Sorry. So there's Kulex. We are not fighting Kulex. I mean, we might fight Kulex, but even accessing them is just weird. By the way, fun thing. Kulex's dialogue is completely different between Japanese and English. In Japanese, he is the king of all evil who is seeking to invade the realm. In English, he's someone working for some random black mage in another planet from somewhere else. Another dimension, 2D joke. We're walking. And he is here specifically to try and test our power and yada yada yada. Let's see, we have done 12. Yep, no, that's accurate. Jumping more than 30 times in a row is actually extremely useful, but I don't think I'm going to manage that. I might start going for that, though, because the jump scarf really helps Mario's stats. So we're just going to talk to him. I think it's 5 times. Yeah, I think that's right. Nope, I was wrong. Let's try 6. Still not. Oh my god. Okay. 7? I'm curious now. Yeah, it was 7. Okay. set that to breeze, because there's so many tiny little details in this game, it's nonsense. This changes the next dungeon. Believe it, actually, the next dungeon, excuse me. What we set this fan to changes that for some reason. Oh my, a traveler from afar. Welcome to Monster Town, where many of our kind mingle. I'm the landlady, Monster Mama. A star, you say? Oh, you're here to see our star. She's upstairs, so free go take a look for yourself. So, the way the system works, Jesse Ward, is both people and money increase priority. That's the simplest way I could put that. A lot of people donating a little money can make something happen, and a few people donating a lot of money can make something happen, and every gradient in between. Not all around the world, but the strangest person I met is this old geezer in Rosetown. Wow, I haven't found 36 of those. Yep, the fans actually matter this time around. Oh no. So what'd you think? Isn't our star adorable? She's so talented, too. Folks come to see her from afar. Get it. Star bees? Oh, star piece! No, I'm not familiar with them. You came all the way out here for a star piece? Must be really important. This is the last place on land. If you can't find it here, the only place left is up. So, you want to go there? You're an open book. Alright, here's what you need to do. There's a secret passage to the sky at Bean Valley. That's the next dungeon. But first, you must scale the cliff beyond the desert to get there. Since you're such a nice guy, I'll introduce you to someone who can help you. Sky Troopers, I need you. What was our flying time, troops? 8.52 seconds, Sergeant. Sky Troopers reporting for duty, ma'am. We're 0.52 seconds late. I hold myself personally accountable for the delay, ma'am. Still as rich as ever about your rules and regulations. No need to bother with protocol around me, Sergeant. I got a favor to ask you. Yes, ma'am. Anything we can do for a civilian. This fellow here really wants to get to Bean Valley. Could you help him scale the cliff? Understood, ma'am. The orders are, get Mustache over the cliff. We will succeed. Even if it's a platforming section that I'm probably going to fail at several times. How many times do you think it's going to take me to do the platforming section? Because it's platforming and perspective in this game. I'm going to do a quick unlock, super quick here. Actually, it's just save. It's just save. We're actually not going to progress right now, though. We're going to do a little bit of unlocking, a little bit of mini-gaming, super quick. Neck. Pretty sure it's left to right. Pretty sure. Not left to right. Middle left right, maybe? I did it right the first time, and I don't remember what order I did it in. That's safety. Middle, left, right. Honestly, your guess is as good as mine, DB Dimitri. I think they're being deliberately vague about it at this point in history. I mean, I'd probably say the Death Star would beat Starkiller. Since, first of all, the Death Star can move. And, second of all, Starkiller base is stupid. Apparently, disco. Time to kill all my new friends. I don't know if I agree with that sentence, just yours. It can move where it wants to? It has freedom of movement? Also, the Death Star doesn't need to refill on stars, so that's another thing in its favor. Just... the public transit equivalent would be in Star Wars. We do see the refugee ships periodically, but they don't often get focus, because... I don't know why. I'm sorry, Spartan. My girlfriend of many, many years ago used to get really angry at me. You're probably thinking, why, Laura? Well, it would be time to wake up for her to get to work, so I would tell her to, you know, get up and get to work. And she would get really upset at me because my voice was so soothing that it would put her back to sleep instead of wake her up. That's not a flex or a brag, and she used to get really upset about that. I'm just gonna look this up, because apparently I did it right the first time on accident. That's true, DB Dimitri. It's not, and it's not a military ship. That's kind of an important plot point. Look at this. There we go. Bellome Temple. Okay. Sure. Let's try right, left, middle. I really want this. That's why this is irritating. Alright, here's the ASMR stream. Easiest zombie apocalypse to survive. I mean, Shaun of the Dead would be my first thought. Oh, there we go, finally. Any setting where the zombies just die out or fall apart after, like, you know, a month or two. So, this is why I wanted this. That should be enough. Yep. I don't know. Next is recording high games and goals. We also get some permanent MP up, which is extremely useful. And a couple useful items, which we'll be using on some upcoming bosses. That's everything. Okay. So now we can leave. I'd love to tell you that there's a fairy tale ending here, TV Dimitri. This is no fairy tale story. I can't do it. I can't do what I'm trying to do it. I've actually done a pretty decent Morgan Freeman impression, but I just can't do it right now, apparently. I suck. So, this is, in my opinion, the hardest minigame in the game. But I say that because it's also mandatory. Most of the other minigames are completely optional, and if you fail them, who cares? You have to do this. Now, if you do it very quickly, you get a very nice reward, but doing it at all is mandatory. You'll see why this sucks in just a moment. Especially when he does this every single time you fail. Doing this quickly enough to actually get the item is a nightmare. Doable, but a nightmare. That took me 3 tries. That's actually impressive. I thought it took me a lot longer than that. Okay, now we have access to Bean Valley. Let's get out of here. Congrats, Spartan. It's a fun game to 100%, isn't it? Alright. So I need wooden flower, O&A, and a green bed. There's that one. I don't remember where the green bed is. Raised eyebrow, linear roof. I mean, I kind of doubt it, honestly, but... Oh, wrong way. Wrong place. Be interesting. Nope, that bed is not green. Okay. I don't remember where the green bed is. I know it's one of the inns. But I don't remember which one. Although, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if WoW went into Paragon levels. One of the things Blizzard used to be good at is sharing good game design ideas across their games. You know, StarCraft 2, Diablo 3, and WoW actually shared quite a few cool ideas between them. Back in the day, I just hit the wrong button. Oh, there we go. Nope. There it is. Okay. Yay. Did I do that? I did, yeah. Okay. Good job. You found all 3 flags. Hey, you're not half bad. You did pretty well. We had a great time, too. Thanks for playing our game. Now the grand prize giveaway. Don't forget what we told you. The ghost medal. I don't actually remember what that does. Yeah, let me look that up real quick. Hey, Ludo. Straight up halves damage from anything that doesn't do percentage or, you know, effect damage. Yeah, we'll do that. Sorry, I'm thinking. Who is it? Sorry, but the sensei isn't in. Oh my gosh! Jagger? Hauser, I haven't seen you for so long. I've been studying here at the dojo under the sensei Jinx because... to tell you the truth, I knew I couldn't beat Smithy. That's why I'm here now. Someday I'm going to return and make you proud. Don't worry about me. I've got new troopers now, and we're gonna take back my castle. You stick to your guns. Train like there's no tomorrow. So we're not actually gonna do that. But you can do that to get an optional thing, and if you end up beating the whole dojo, they demand that you teach them a new regime. The regime you teach them is... so when you go back, they're just jumping a bunch. In fairness, Mario's legs have got to be jacked, so... We don't... ironically, we don't need the X booster anymore. We did the other thing. Yeah, I'll just hold on to them. So there's that awesome music again, which is good because this dungeon kind of sucks. And that's why I'm not gonna mess with these things. Let's just get out of here. Wait, did it really, Spartan? Wow. It's okay, Twitch. We know that people can be thick. Sexiness does exist. We can acknowledge this. Although it has no place in a Mario game. Except for Pauline. I saw thick. So, I don't know. Run. Save before the annoying boss fight. As much as I love this game, I'm afraid it's time to bring out the negatives. Girthy. That person's goithy. My goodness. One of the problems this game has, despite coming after FF6, which fixed this, is a lack of information in the game. We literally call this info in game, so named because of the Pokemon series. But you know how I had to just look up what the ghost medal does just now? That's true with a lot of them. There's a lot of items or a lot of specific things where the game never actually tells you how they work or how they operate, and I never knew this stuff until I either looked it up in a walkthrough or learned it from speedrunners who had actually started reverse engineering some of the code to figure out some of this crap. So, not good. I'm really curious what the score of this game is going to be. Speaking of which, don't forget to play the golden game and see what you think. And apparently I haven't muted my phone. I apologize. So, who's ready for a boss fight that I was stuck on for quite a while back in the day? Because, speaking of which, I didn't know which items prevented status effects. But yes, make sure you get your golden guess in about 3 dungeons. We're going to cut that off. You'll know because we'll be in Bowser's castle when I cut it off. La-di-da. Shower time. There, my pretties. God, what do you have in that? Why is 42 your favorite number? Just tell me. If it's 69, screw you. But if it's 42, I'm curious why. I mean, my favorite number is 3, so what the hell do I know? It's recycled water. What is recycled water? Yes, there will be no stream tomorrow, as a fresh reminder. At all. There will probably not be a lore week's Sunday. We'll probably be skipping straight to streaminations. Yes, exactly. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is why 42 is a number I usually don't accept. Blue Wolf Alex says he's never heard of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Or, I'm sorry, he's never read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So, fine, I'll allow 42s. 69s are still forbidden, though. Anybody who guesses 69 gets their guess automatically disqualified. You like how both my major hitters are currently status affected to death here? It's okay, I can fix that. It's just... this fight, God, this fight is the status effect boss of the game. If you actually look at the Streaminations page, it'll actually tell you which ones are next. There's actually 2 that are already funded. See you around, Jesse Ward. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head. I know Arcane's one of them. So this attack right here, that attack is just the game, unless you have the immunity to it on her and the ability to cure it like that. Mandalorian Season 1 and 2. That'll be our next streamination. I know it was one of the modern shows, I just couldn't think of what. Yeah, by the way, he uses this attack frequently. So you're probably wondering what the mushroom status effect does. You can't take any actions whatsoever, and every time your turn comes up, you heal a little bit. Wait, you don't want me to cover any show ever again, Darth Medoro? Wow. That's actually the first time I've heard that. I mean, it's cool, it's whatever. We could just discontinue streaminations forever. And never cover a show ever again. Good morning, Melkor. Look what you did. Smilax has been whacked! Oh, I'm gonna get it. Queen Valentina told me to keep everyone out of Nimbus land. What should I do? I know. I'll run away. Oh, that's a strategy. It's a seed. You've picked up a seed. Well, that is something that could be funded, Darth Medoro. It's actually on the list already. But obviously hasn't been funded yet. So, speaking of bad platforming... No, movie ruminations weren't funded. They were requests. So the way it worked, we actually had a fairly complex system from my end for movie ruminations. But not that complex from your end. It's very simple. If you put money towards the show, at all, ever, then you get a vote. You get a vote and a nomination. So you can nominate a movie, and let's say you know how to nominate... Name a movie really quick. Just what's a movie? Quick, go, Spartan, go, go! You can do it! Ah! Ah! Spartan freezes up with the pressure. Hitchhiker's Guide. Okay, so Spartan nominates Hitchhiker's Guide. So what then happens is that that's added to... We've already done Godfather. That's added to a list, which you can then vote on later. And everyone who has donated is put into a list of people who will be given a link to that list. And they can like, all right, here we go. And what you do is you will have a list of all of the movies that are available. And you put it in order of priority. So, like, you would put Hitchhiker's Guide at the top, and then maybe, like, Godfather Part 2 here, and then Back to the Future 3, and whatever else, right? And you order it in the priority that you wish it to be, and it's just a simple drag-and-drop system. And then a lot of complex math happens, and the top 25 win. And there you go. Boom. So, I'm gonna go ahead and codify the platforming negative. I think I'm just gonna give it 1, honestly, but the platforming is not good in this game. So, negative to platforming. Yay. Well, the first thing I'd do is I wouldn't make the game isometric. Bam! Done! Solved. Thank you, Spartan, as always. And if you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. Yeah, the usual trick in a game like this is to follow the shadows, but in several of these jumps, you either can't see the shadows at all or can barely see the shadows. So it's not super helpful. But no, the real way you solve the depth perception problem in an isometric game is you give yourself camera control. So don't nominate right now. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop. So the floodgates aren't open. I will be nice and open and loud about the floodgates being open. I always am. They were supposed to open last October, and we decided not to pause streaming for that. That's a decision I stand behind, consequently. Yeah, I don't actually like isometric view. I prefer either camera control, Neverwinter Nights, or not isometric, Earthbound, or FF6, or whatever. Oh god, hell yeah, Melkor. Alright, so before we do this big thing, wander away for just a second, do a quick stretch break, before we do the best section in the game. Second best. I'll be right back. One thing that this section reminds me of, not quite as good, but still reminds me of it, is when we go to the Kingdom of Zeal over in Chrono Trigger. Not because it's a kingdom in the clouds, that's actually ancillary. No, it's because this section doesn't follow the same format most of the rest of the game does when it comes to its structure. It's usually town, dungeon, minigame, town, dungeon, minigame, and that's been pretty true throughout most of the thing. Here it's going to be town, dungeon, boss dungeon, town, boss dungeon. And then we'll go back to normal once we get to the volcano. Alright, everyone, listen up. Shut up! King Nimbus's condition is growing worse. This means we'll be losing magnificent ruler. But it just so happens I have found the missing prince. Prince Mallow, that is. Prince Mallow. Please, sir. Prince. Get over here! Well, well, it seems our little prince has a mild case of stage fright. Excuse me. Come on, make it snappy. What? You can't get through? Well, just look at you, Tubby. Shove. Shove, shove, shove. There we go. Introducing Prince Mallow. Welcome back, Prince Mallow. You've filled out a bit, Prince Mallow. You're looking fit, Prince. Yes, what is it, dear? What? Oh, gracious. You're serious, aren't you? Well, I don't know what to say. Dear me. I've made my decision. At the request of the prince, I agree to become his queen. Queen Valentina. Ooh, it just makes me shiver. Well, that's that. Back to your business. Bye. Hurry up, will ya? Yeah, how many of you thought you'd see jiggle physics in a Mario game? I mean, she's made of cloud, so... Can you believe it? What a coincidence. There's a prince with the same name as me. Mallow. Do we have anything better to do than hang around here? Come on, let's go and find the rest of the star pieces. Yeah, I'm with you, Mario. We used to be able to walk through the castle freely, but I guess we shouldn't disturb the king now. Have you seen the volcano? The volcano's to the east. Sure wish I could take a dip in the springs. I forget which one it is, Zactaf, but yeah, it's one of them. Why did Prince Mallow make Valentina his queen? I guess it's because she found him. Yeah, it's a good reason to marry someone. You found me! Oh. Well. I mean, I've heard of stupider reasons for marrying someone, but imagine playing hide-and-go-seek and being like, well, guess I gotta marry you now. Prince Mallow, as I remember, used to be so small, so timid. Now just look at him! I hope to serve the king again soon. My life for the king. Sorry. King Nimbus loves statues and birds. He has scads of them in the castle. Do you know about the royal bus? It's a regal vehicle, used only by the king. It's parked now due to the fact that he's ill. I wish the king would get well, but at least the prince is back in case something awful happens. Been a while since I saw his Prince Mallow. He's changed, but yes, I do believe that's him. Because I'm a moron. You like the guards we have at the entrance now? I don't. Never used to have them. Yeah, the bird brains. That's Garrow the sculptor's place. He used to make all kinds of things for King Nimbus. But these days he has nothing but time on his hands, what with the king being sick and all. I wonder why more people from the world down under don't visit us these days. Hope it's nothing poisonal. Cloud beds don't bounce. And did he? Nothing? Say, you have that I'm looking for something look in your eye. Well, that's hands. We are full on inventory, so let's get rid of that. And get rid of that. Live, Belcor. I just checked. And it's impossible that I would have missed. I jumped at least twice. Where did I miss it? Look, it's me! Oh, you mean that? That's King Nimbus when he was a young lad. Huh? What the? Who are you? Hello, my name is Mallow. This is my friend Mario. Mallow. So it is you, my boy. It's been so long. My, you've become a splendid young prince. You almost have half a brain. Say what? I'm really a prince? Oh yeah, lore shock. Explain. I love these little sections. Yes, indeed, I understand. So, you were raised by Confucius. There's no question about it. You are, without a doubt, Prince Mallow. Mario, look at me. I'm a prince. I could make so many jokes here about royalty and being stupid. By the way, his parents aren't super smart either. They're nice folk, but they're dumb. I'd say they're dumb as a box of rocks, but I guess they're more like they're dumb as a box of clouds. I don't know how that works. I knew Valentina was up to something, I just didn't know what. That must mean the king really isn't gravely ill. Let's go inside and save my mother and father. Yeah, I'm going. Woo! And that didn't go anywhere. Happy memories of last year? Last week, I spent about half an hour. No, actually, I shouldn't tell you that story. Hang on. Happy memory of last year. That doesn't involve my niece. Because, I mean, any of my memories with my niece would count. How about the first breath? Does that count, Disco? Wait, I have an excellent idea. Come over here. Are you ready? Alright, stand over here. Now hold very still. Oh yeah, finishing the Lorecraft series. That was also really awesome. I know I've said this a lot, but I'm still super happy with that. I know nobody cares, and it gets like absolutely no views, but it's probably one of the best things I've ever produced. Speaking of which, we also put out the FF9 Theater and the Undertale Theater last year, too. So that's the top 3 things I've ever produced. Hey, don't move! You're gonna be a statue for a while, okay? Let's get going. How is he dragged? Never mind. Hey, Kevin. I'm delivering Valentina's latest order to her. You may enter. Halt! Who goes there? Hey, this doesn't look like Valentina at all. Oh, that's because this is a statue of Valentina's nephew, Mariota. Okay. Okay, proceed. Whew, that was close. Didn't think we'd get through that one. There is no such person named Mariota. Really? Yeah, the timing is probably why that's a thing. Little Felix. Which is funny, because I started the whole Lorecraft series before that started coming to light, if you pay attention to the timeline. And then it came to light while I was working on it. And I was in the middle of working on it. I actually considered putting it down. I was like, you know what, no, I still want to do this. It's still a great story. I still think it deserves to be told. And it's something I've been wanting to do for years at that point, so screw it. It's just a little discouraging, you know? Whatever. It's done. It's awesome. I'm happy about it. And there's about 50 people who like it, and that's enough. Oh, now this is lovely. My beauty simply shines forth like the sun. Only you can make something this stunning. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll be on my way now. Halt! What, may I ask, is this ugly thing? It's my latest masterpiece. I created it just for you. It's called A Plumber's Lament. Observe the thick mustache, covering the sad, innocent smile of a simple fool. Then the sideburns, conveying blue-collar roots. Then the legs, well-defined, strong, the legs of the masses. Is it to your liking? I consider myself something of an art buff, and I've got to say, this is spectacular! Note that she called it ugly about 3 sentences ago. Gera, only you could have created sculptures with such gentle beauty and raw power. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll be on my way now. Spectacular! Dodo! Dodo, don't just sit there like a roast. Hurry and carry these in. Dodo! Step on it. So we're going to try to get the feather. We might fail. I fail at this about half the time. See, he gets upset, so he takes it out on her statues. You might wonder, why does Dodo put up with Valentina, considering she abuses him? Believe it or not, it's actually explained in-universe. Dodo is so lazy that he's too lazy to put up a fight against the abuse. I'm not making that up. Dodo! Did you display the statues properly? Fine. Now polish them to a fine luster. Make them a tribute to my beauty. Pay attention to me. Hurry up and don't let me catch you dozing again. So, I know several people who this is their favorite song in the game. As usual, feel free to share when your favorite song comes up. Uh-oh, Dodo's in a bad mood. Keep up your statue disguise. Avoid getting pecked. Get ready, because he's coming this way. Also, I don't know if you caught that, but the music... So if you rip the raw music out, it is designed to sync up to the event, so they actually planned that. Feather. Immediately equip that. Absolutely exhausted. I hate being a god. Valentina only gives us those boring jobs to do. I guess this beats Dodo's job. Dodo has to polish Valentina's statues every single day. Ah, here's how I do it. Poke, 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 poke. Hey, tell me something. Do statues move? No, statues don't move. Then, explain this. It's one of those high-tech, lifelike, realistic ones. Let's get out of here. Do statues move? Only in my nightmares. So you see these fans? These are the ones that change based on what you selected back in Monster Town. I believe you could go back and change it, if it's, you know, problematic. Dodging enemies is really irritating here. Probably not, Melkor. That's a good question, DVD Dimitri. I don't actually know the answer to it off the top of my head, though. It's not worth our time. Oh, come on. Fine. Murder, murder, murder. Which God of War they mean, Zactef. That could mean at least 3 separate things, depending. Also, that doesn't really tell me much, either. I mean, I'll be honest, I've kind of stopped following KOTOR remake news until the game comes out, because... who cares, right? Until it comes out, they can say whatever they want to. I mean, not that a video game developer or publisher would ever lie about a game before it comes out. That's nonsense. Yeah. Let's try this out a little bit differently. Who's Captain Syrup, Disco? Ah. It's really hard to dodge encounters here. I mean, I get the joke you're making, Casual, but all I gotta say is, do you know how many Mobage Star Wars games there are active right now? I'll give you a hint, it's more than 2. It's also more than it should be. Oh, that Captain Syrup. Oh my god, it makes so much sense, Disco. But yeah, so, sorry, let's go back to the other question. So, I've always kind of assumed that Padme and Anakin were flying in, you know, just public transport, right? They were taking a transport. That just makes sense to me. They mentioned a refugee ship, but there's nothing really backing that up. Like, a refugee ship fleeing from Coruscant to Naboo. Before the war started. I mean, I've never thought that's in character, Zactaf, but it depends on which Tarkin and which writer and blah, 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 so it's just whatever. I mean, yeah, it's Star Wars. There's always conflicts going on, but refugees from Coruscant to Naboo. That's a great idea. Let's move the people away from the one planet that we know with total certainty has already been involved with the Separatists. I mean, it's whatever. I'm not going to ding the game. Everything's a game. I'm not going to ding the movie for it. It's just, whatever. But yeah, Melkor Blade, this... I don't know. I don't remember being fond of this dungeon, and the next dungeon's actually worse, so... We might be building up to another negative here. We also have an interesting boss fight coming up. There's actually technically 3 boss fights in this area, but one of them really sucks. I remember that one. I always get that one. I mean, I guess you could say there's refugees going from Coruscant to Naboo. That's fine. Personally, I think that's an unnecessary addition that was put in there just because someone wasn't thinking about the plot, which is endemic to a lot of the prequels in general. I should just start calling that Star Trek syndrome. We threw it into the script without thought, and that's Star Trek syndrome right there. I might actually codify that, Star Trek syndrome, because we keep running into that. They threw it in without thinking about it. Damn it. Do you know there are hot springs around here? We get special hot water from Barrel Volcano. It helps cure all kinds of ailments, but only the king gets to bathe in it. What kind of nonsense is that? We have this miracle all cure, but only the king gets it. Piss on you! I haven't decided, Loner. It's never really come up, so I haven't got into it. Hey, do you know? Valentina's got a huge egg in the middle room. It spits out eggs from time to time, and sometimes when you shield yourself, the eggs ricochet off you. Thanks. A dip in the hot springs would perk up the king in a jiffy. And we get a flower jar. We are full on inventory. Straight up full. So burn that immediately. Let's get rid of the pure water. We're not going to really need that. And we'll get rid of the sleepy bomb. I used to be a guard here until Valentina snatched away all my keys and gave me the boot. Guess I won't be needing the master key anymore. But she just... You just meant... Okay. Thanks. You know my favorite part about episode 1? It's when they stage a major invasion of a metropolitan planet in the course of about an hour. Here you go, Big A. I'll give you plenty of nutrients so you'll grow up to be big and strong. Oh, whoa. Mario's already here. He's a fast one. He is. Uh-oh. It won't open. It's locked. I'm so lonely. Will you play with me? Thanks. So, boss number 1. A mini-boss, but boss nonetheless. As with the cake, the goal here is to do damage in order to break the shell, in order to get to the actual boss. I mean, I'm not arguing that, Blackfile. It's just funny, considering how not the invasion was, right? It's like if I was like, alright, we're going to stage an invasion of Monaco. Alright, we did it. What? Yeah, we did. We've... Ah, victory! Nothing happened. Yes, I know some of the video games cover the actual invasion. I stand by my statement. It was, hello, I'm Birdo. Hi, Birdo. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. I mean, in actuality, it probably took actually days, but put yourself in the movie for a second. Ignore all the extraneous stuff, which has helped to explain the stupidity of the movie for just a second, and really think about the movie itself. Alright, we're gonna land our army on the other side of the planet. Okay, we've had the Jar Jar section, we've had the book, and okay, and then they conquered. They win. They win. What? There's such a wild disconnect between so many things. One of the things I talk about a lot when it comes to game reviews is sequencing, story sequencing. And story sequencing is about the connecting threads between events and how they work and how they slide up and blah, blah, blah. Episode 1 has awful story sequencing. Things just happen with no rhyme or reason or real logic connecting them at all. It's actually probably my second least favorite thing about that film. Whoops. And by the way, if you're thinking the first annoying thing is Jar Jar, you're wrong. Jar Jar's like 5th for me. No, the first most annoying thing is the dialogue. I know I've talked about this so many times, but the dialogue in episode 1 is some of the worst writing of dialogue I have ever seen in years of analyzing fiction. The dialogue is not... That's not English! That's not dialogue! That's not how people talk! None of it makes sense or works. It's just... Okay. I'm okay. And there's no pacing or tempo to anything. Things just are like I'm trying to think how to say this. There's awkward pauses during scenes where there shouldn't be pauses. And sometimes the dialogue goes faster than it should be. The pacing of every scene is wrong in both directions. Now, the sand line is in episode 2, which also does not have good dialogue, but in episode 1 it has really bad dialogue. Well, hopefully we'll be playing the Lego version someday, because it's up for funding on the list. No, yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. The script feels like a first draft script. Or a second draft script. I should know. That's exactly how writing works. You start off with the basic core ideas, then you go through and you repolish and so forth and so on. Correct, Lunaruth. I also agree that episode 3 is actually a good film with pitfalls of periodically, but it's still a good film. And probably has the best dialogue overall. It's also the film that had the most external help with the writing, go figure. I actually like episode 3 better than I like episode 4. Overall. God, I want to rewatch the trilogy now. Or the quadrology. You've all heard about the... What's that called? The Star Wars order, where you watch, like, 1, 3, 5, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, or whatever the order is. I don't remember what it is. You know what I'm talking about. I have a slightly different thing where I watch episode 3, and then 4, and then 5, and then 6, and then like that's the quadrology right there, right? Mario, there's a note. Let's read it. King Nimbus is resting in his bed. Absolutely no running the halls. Queen Valentina. The machete order. That's it. That's it. This can only mean my mom and dad are in there. Oh, but it's locked. Leave it to me. Looks like it's up to me to get us out of yet another jam. Feast your eyes on this show of brains and brawn. Stand back. Wait a minute. If my dad's really bedridden, we shouldn't make so much noise. We need another plan. Mallow, you are so stupid. We could have ended this entire thing right here, but no. You're stupid. God, I love you, Mallow. But, listen, you never, ever talk to the leader of the Koopa Troop like that. Oh, I hate that. I'll ignore it this time, but don't let it happen again. Queen Valentina. Queen Valentina. I love that she just straight up ignored. Alright, thank you, Justin. I don't even know where it came from. It just, when I sat down to record the Paper Mario 2 theater, I didn't even think about it. I didn't even prep it. It's just as soon as Bowser's lines came out, it immediately came out exactly like this. And I realized I needed to do it. Anyways. I agree, actually. So, 3, Rogue One, 4, 5, 6. That I agree with this. We'll make that to quintology from now on. Because that's what that word is. It's not a quintology or whatever. It's a quintology now. Gotta say it right. Queen Valentina. The Mario creature who beat up Smilax is here. Mario? What does a Mario look like? Well, it has a bushy mustache and long sideburns and a pair of mean-looking legs. I have the feeling I've seen this Mario before. I like how her imagination turns to the camera like, hi! Wait, yes, it was that statue Garo just delivered. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, Valentina? Well, we certainly aren't gonna listen to your pointless chatter. Frankly speaking, I'm not gonna worry. Without this key, the king can't go anywhere. Meanwhile, Dodo's like, hey. Hush! I said shut up already! What the? That isn't a statue. That's Mario! Valentina, hand over the key, now! Donk. How utterly rude, and who in blazes are you, anyway? Me? I'm the real prince, that's who! Brat, how dare you listen in on a private conversation? Private? Private? Everyone in a 10-mile radius can hear you! If you're gonna be this rude, I'm just gonna leave. So long, chumps. Huh? Hey! Valentina ran away. I should fly the coop too. Tra-la-la. So there's a trick I kind of want to do here. I think we kind of missed the boat here. So we better get moving too. Come on, let's get him. Jesus Christ, Mallow. Let's get a save in. In case we screw up. Hey, computer kid. I mean, I've said this many times. My second favorite lightsaber fight in the entire franchise is from the Clone Wars between Palpatine, Savage, and Maul. Yeah, I'm probably going to ding this one on the gameplay axis, computer kid, but I'm probably going to give this one a story positive. Nimbus Land is usually a treat, especially after Land's End. Damn it. Yeah, exactly, Justin. Palpatine just the whole it's even better with the build-up, because the whole show had been building up exactly how much of an absolute monster Savage was. And we've already seen many times how powerful Maul is, specifically in lightsaber duels. And Palpatine just toys with them. He's just playing the entire time. Like, he's just relaxing, you know? It's like, ah, nice day at the spa. Smash, crunch. That is probably my third or fourth favorite Spartan. The Obi-Wan and Maul duel, which, whew, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so we want to do this right. So, come on. Ah! God damn it! So, something to keep in mind in this game. If you run from a fight, the enemy's there, but they have collision. This is actually part of a trick you can do in several sequences of the game, where you can use the monster as a platform for about 15 frames. It's really short. It's a really tiny window. But you can use that to get to skip some sequences of dungeons, or to get places you shouldn't be. Fun fact, way back in Karos Sewers, it is actually possible, and I talked about this then, to get to the Land's End portal at that point in time. However, if you do, it's not actually there. There it is. Hey, Dodo. Best chests in the game. We just passed there, by the way. Okay. By the way, does anyone remember where the fertilizer is? Because I don't off the top of my head. Oh, I know, I remember where it is. I'm not sure we can get it yet. I think we have to do the... Can we get it before the volcano? I don't remember when exactly we can get it. Yeah, I did, Melkor. Let's go ahead and burn this. Oh, I don't even have one. No, yeah, I remember where it is. It's in the right section. I just could, I couldn't remember when exactly I could do that. Because I couldn't remember if I had to do the Volcano first round, because we could really use those shells. Anyways, Queen Valentina. Queen Valentina, is the king showing any improvement? How is his wife, the old queen? And Tubby, Prince Mallow, where is he hiding these days? Pipe down, all of you! I have better things to do than listen to your half-wit opinions! See, every leader of every nation in the history of the ever has wished they could say that's the line right there. What? And look! Well, I've been wasting my time listening to your endless chatter. Mario has managed to find me. Dodo! Dodo! Oh, that bird has a permanent brain cap. Dodo! Do you hear me? Get over here now. I need some help entertaining Mario. Move it. Dodo! Dodo! Come here this minute. Just sit there. Help me. Okay, who's he gonna pick? Please pick Bowser. Or Peach. So, this is the other reason this deserves a gameplay negative. There is no warning whatsoever about the fact that you're gonna solo Dodo, and this can really suck if you're not prepared for it. If he picks up Bowser, I'm usually good. But, also, the timing on dodging Dodo's attacks is kind of weird. But yeah, it's RNG, and there's no warning, and that just sucks. This can really suck. Thankfully, I did bother to level earlier, and Peach is Peach, but you notice he still hits really hard. Oh my god. Yeah, he also hits really hard. Damn it. And the timing on dodging his attacks is a little weird, and if you die, it's game over. Whatever. Attempt 2. The irony is if I could have the freaking lazy shell, I would have been fine. Oh, Lord. Yeah, getting Geno picked... Actually, getting Mallow picked for that is probably the worst outcome I've ever had, personally. Just... ugh. By the way, that star is actually scripted to last less time than other stars are. That's why it runs out so quickly. And why I don't even bother trying to kill everything. I just race right for Dodo, because otherwise Dodo blocks the way and you have to fight him again. And yeah, it's just an irritant. Let's get the cutscenes. take Bowser. Mario's okay too, but Bowser's just the best pick for this. Because Dodo only does one thing, physical attacks. And Bowser almost always has the highest defense at this point in the game. Go whammy, go whammy. Alright. I have no memory of Mario getting picked. I do remember everyone else getting picked. Geno, Mallow, Peach, and Bowser. The timing on that is such a pain. Thankfully, he's wasting turns trying to silence me, which he actually can't do. Oh yeah, I should probably mention this game actually has crit, whatevers. I can't remember what they're properly called. They're in all the Paper Mario games. It's a more narrow window than the timing hit. Hate the timing on defending against his attacks. Oh, thank God. Okay, so that's over with. Meanwhile, we have to go without our healer over here. Yes, her boobs jiggle. Get out of the way. Dodo? How could you lose already? Oh, come on. Get over here. Yeah, Peach, could you please... Thank you. You don't have to convince me of that, Linear Roof. I mean, in my opinion, one of the worst lightsaber fights in the entire franchise is the one in A New Hope between Obi-Wan and Vader. If you can even call that a lightsaber fight. Hey, Dieselage. Believe this. Show's over, folks. Dodo, let's get out of here. Well, everyone, until we meet again. And she goes off and marries Booster. No, really. And hi, Diesel Edge. I'm glad you got through it quickly. Great, they're gone. I mean, Booster is loaded. He has tons of money. So... You can see why she went for him. But let's be clear, that's probably her taking advantage of him more than anything else. Poor Booster. Anyways, hurry, let's go after her. I know she has the key. And there's the key. Ow. Huh? Mario, look! They dropped the key conveniently. Well, he's gonna have a heartfelt reunion, you know what that means. I've never heard that opinion before, Blade Turval, but that's a way to think of it. I still think it's the worst fight in the franchise, but, you know, it's something. Mom, Dad, I'd like you to meet Mario! And my other travel companions. Oh, I say, how can we ever thank you enough? I'm Mallow's father, King Nimbus.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for looking after my dear child. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Princess Toadstool from the Mushroom Kingdom.
Oh, I've heard so much about you. May I have your autograph?
Don't embarrass Junior, dear.
Oh, never mind. And who is this gentleman here?
This is Mario. He helped me from the start.
Oh, I sincerely thank you from the bottom of... Wait. You don't mean the Mario? Jumping Mario! Autograph, please!
That's quite enough, dear.
Okay. Then how about showing me a little jump? A tiny little hop will do. Oh, fantastic! Show me again later. Who do we have over here?
This is Bowser, leader of the Koopa Troop.
Oh, another famous person. This is just too much. I must have your autograph.
Dear, behave yourself, please.
No, not even a little scribble. Okay. Yes, I'm quite forgetting my manners. Well, who do we have over here?
This is Gino, who I told you about before.
Oh yes, story about the Star Street. How awful!
That's Star Road. By the way, a little before Valentina took over, a large star fell into the volcano.
But the dreaded Saw Dragon inhabits the volcano, direct reference to FF6 on purpose. It's going to be tough getting a star out of there. Perhaps all you working together could handle the beast. Yeah, trust me, the Zar Dragon is not the hardest boss in there. Why, when I was young...
Yes, dear. Now, once at the volcano, find Hinopio. He'll be able to help you. He never actually does, and he's not really relevant to the plot. He's probably an abandoned plotline, but whatever. You be careful, Mallow. Okay, Mom. But I probably won't come back till we find the star.
Best combat scene in Trek? But ship battles... But the best combat is all the ship battles, Ross! What the hell, man? Alright, Lore. I want you to pick out the best song that has no audio in this game.
Oh. Busted. What to do? I'll give you this fertilizer if you let me go. Yay. And now, we go on a little bit of a detour to get the best equipment, and also the worst equipment, in the game. I actually forget which town it's in, so we're going to try this one and then Rosetown. It's one of the two. It is Rosetown, okay. It's one of the two towns. I mean, there's a lot of towns in this game, but there's two towns that are very similar, and that's Rosetown and Seaside. Look at him. I can't believe we had arrows showering around right here. Oh, right. I am the gardener. You see that huge planter? I've spent many years seeking the legendary seed and fertilizer. Okay, buddy, we need to have a talk. To fill it with, but I've had no luck. Ah, if only I could find them. Oh, incredible! I can't believe it! It's the legendary seed I've read about the ancient gardening text. Things are so rare, keeping the big cover when he's just... I've spent a whole life searching for one. It's too much, I tell you! Hey, I haven't finished yet. Well, that's my story. Say, will you give me the seed? I finally have it. This is extraordinary. Do you know what you have there? The fertilizer comes from the Shy Gag land, famous for its miraculous miracles garden. I look beyond the cliffs, I even tried people, but I tried over the world, and I've waited a lifetime for someone to keep up with it. Short attention span? Yeah, this was me talking to the Bahamut lady last night. For the one of you who actually saw that. Yes, you might say I have fertilizer on the brain. I wouldn't advertise that. Thank you. I finally have both the seed and the fertilizer. I'll try them out right away. Got the seed. Give it fertilizer. Nothing's happening. Ah! Wow. This is amazing. This is unreal, just like winning the lottery, only without taxes. I mean, this is like falling out of an airplane without a parachute and hitting a gaggle of geese emitter who fall break your fall. Wait till my buddies at Happy Gardener's Money hear about this. I'm gonna be famous. You think it'd use a little more fertilizer? Oops, maybe not, huh? It's okay, we reap the rewards. So, a character from the Mario RPGs that I transfer into the main lines. So there's the, hang on, there's the lazy shell. And there's the lazy shell. I'll talk about this in just a second. Let's see. Honestly, Goombella is my first thought. But in general, it would probably be one of the, you know, the party member characters. Also, Cammy. I would bring Cammy in. Well, so they're the best gear in the game, but let me explain a little bit. So, first of all, there's the lazy cell weapon. That's just ridiculously powerful. It's the weapon he's going to use for the entire rest of the game. The lazy shell armor's a little bit different, so I want you to look at her stats, okay? Her attack is 165, and her magic attack is 103. Now her attack is 115, and her magic attack is 53. However, her defense goes from 102 to 193, and her magic defense goes from 99 to 208. This is the steel wall armor. And we're going to put it on her. Now, her magic attack lowers how much she heals, but she's already healing for more health than we have, so that's not super relevant. So, while this will substantially lower her heals, she's invincible. Especially with the fact that she's immune to all status effects. So, that's going to help on the upcoming boss rush, because we've got 3 bosses in the upcoming dungeon. And all of them are mean in their own ways. Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Okay, we're okay. And remember, even a boost of a few stat points is a big deal in this game. So yeah, a boost of 100 is gargantuan. Now, you can give the lazy shell to whoever. Oh, stayed in for too long. But, I mean, why would I give it to anybody other than Peach? Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna let this music play because it's legit. Finally. Give it to Mallow, so he's completely useless. This is probably my 5th favorite song. Hang on, let me think about that for a sec. Yeah, I'd say 5th.
possibly Lunaruth, but as I've said before, this game does have really good music. It just also has really bad music, or perhaps more accurately, bad music direction, excuse me. So I'm going to give 2 pluses for the Nimbus section. Oh, we're up into the 20s now. On the story axis, and 1 negative to Nimbus on the gameplay axis. So, we're going to try to avoid every single encounter in this dungeon. Not just because we don't need the X, but because these encounters are interesting. The good news is it's easier to dodge things in here than in Nimbus, bizarrely enough. The downside is there's a couple optional things I kind of want to get. So we're going to kind of lure a bit. Nope, no, okay, whatever. Yeah, Nimbus had some good music, too. Yeah, I have no idea. Computer Kid. I got none. Hurry. There, got rid of the 2 dry bones, which was my actual main goal with that. So, let's show off the Lucky Shell. What's funny about the Lucky Shell is I tend to have... I'm saying this wrong. The timing on the Lucky Shell is slightly different than all of the other shells. Because, you know, bloom, bloom. But at the same time, I've used it so much because I will never unequip the Lucky the Lazy Shell off of Mario. So, in any of my playthroughs, it just stays on him for all the optional content and all of the upcoming dungeons and boss fights, so I have a lot of practice at it. Same thing with the Drill Claw, which I hope to get, and the Frying Pan, which I hope to get. There's a little bit of RNG with that, so we'll see if we actually manage that. There's a green coin, don't care. Yeah, the Ultra Hammer and, God, I don't remember what Mallow's weapon is. Something dumb. This is a weapon for Mallow. Speaking of which, soon-ish, probably in about, let's say about half an hour, I'm going to need people to guess a number between 1 and 6. Or rather, a number including 1 through 6. I was actually debating that Melkor Blade, but I think that would go down to what I usually call viscerality. You know, how enjoyable are the weapons to use, right? The puzzle ones are my favorites by far, Computer Kid. Probably platforming second and the combat ones third. I don't remember off the top of my head if it's static, which thing leads to which weapon. Feel free to correct me one way or another on that. Because if it is, I probably should specifically go for the Drill Claw. Because, duh, right? And the Frying Pan. Even though Peach will never do that much damage because she has the Lazy Shell on, it would be nice to be able to do more. Yeah, by the way, notice Peach is just suddenly doing no damage because her attack was reduced by like 50. See you around, Disco. Get some good sleeps. Remind me, Computer Kid, because I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember the specifics. Is that part of the firework chain? The shiny stone thing? Or is that something? Because I know the shiny stone thing leads to the casino, which also leads to Kulex. Or rather, not in that order, but whatever. I don't know. Talk to NPC? Get frying pan? That sounds complicated. I don't think I'm gonna have the energy for it. There's an Opio. He's never gonna really matter. He's just here. I'm an Opio. This place is a regular inferno. Come on, step inside for the worst inn in the game. I'm just gonna tell you right now, this is the bed. Also, there's Star Fox and F-Zero references for some reason. Yeah, so bye. Fine, I'll stay at the end. I can afford it anyways. That's this one, I think. 30 coins. I remember F-Zero. F-Zero GX is awesome, don't at me. I've slept on worse beds than that, too. More than once. But yeah, 30 coins for that. Morning. Wasn't that a cushy bed? Smack! Alright, so now that we've killed an Opio, I'm not going to save. So how many of you fall on this regularly? Raise my hand, by the way. Oh yeah, I've fallen at the last donut plenty. I've already given the platforming. Did I ever give the attention to detail positive? I don't think I actually did. Ugh, okay. Wow. I don't think I've ever first shot that. So, before we fight this boss, let me make sure I've given the plus for attention to detail stuff, because we talked about this yesterday. There's just a lot of stuff that just adds to the flavor of the game. It looks like I didn't, so we're going to go and give that story positive. So, Sar Dragon. Again, direct FF6 reference. Which is funny, because then they renamed it the Kaiser Dragon, so whatever. Anyways, boss time. So how many bosses do you think we're about to fight? Kind of a trick question, because it depends on how many things you count as being a boss fight. Yes, please attack Peach. Or 1. Do not attack Mario. It does smell good. Yeah, so depending on how we count the bosses, we've got the Sar Dragon, the Zombie Dragon, the 5 bosses up ahead, and then all the 5 bosses at once. So that's anywhere from 3 to 8 bosses, depending on how you're counting.
One heal. The downside of the lazy shell is a lot of boss fights get kind of boring, because most of them boil down to doing the same thing over and over again. Attack, 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 heal when needed, and that's kind of it. There's one exception coming up, which I'll talk about when we get there. Two. Congrats, Spartan. Not that I know who that is, of course. Yeah, there's... As much as I do enjoy this game, I feel like I've said that a lot. Pretty much from Nimbus onwards, the game boils down to outstatting your bosses rather than outthinking or outmaneuvering them. No more cool or clever stuff like Bowyer from this point onwards, basically. In fact, I'm not even sure if there's any cool gimmicks for any boss fight from this point onwards. I'd have to think about that. It's just straight up, do you have the stats to beat this boss? If yes, you're good. If no, well, then that sucks. And there's two ways to outstat enemies. Gear and levels. Alright, so I'm actually going to go do this. This is the hard part. Going back is much harder than going forwards for some reason. Okay. Save. It is something to think about, isn't it, Professor Yaga? Because obviously marketing is valuable and important and yada yada yada, but at the same time, I've been honestly probably preaching a little bit too much for years now. Hey! I pulled a you, computer kid. For years and years that people waste too much money on bad marketing. I'm not complaining, but damn it. Oh my god. Yeah. It really is worth the save point, although I might one-shot the upcoming boss, Sizz. But first, let's get the star. Then we'll fight the big boss. We got the star! We're amazing! We're unbeatable! We're gorgeous! You'd better leave now, chumps. Totally not a Power Rangers XP. Hey, Red, look down there. That's gotta be the ugliest mustache I've ever seen. Oh, gross. That guy's worse than looking at that Claude Mario. That is Mario, you idiot. Listen, everyone, we gotta get the start of the blade immediately. We'll deal with Mario later. Time to fight the Axem Rangers. In keeping with the trend of the Smithy's minions, we have fought a knife, a bow, and a spear, and now we're fighting an axe. Hey, Red, careful with this. You're all thumbs. Where's the blade? He'll be here. He's always late. You sure? Relax, people. Mario's here. He's too late. Where's the blade? Shut up already. So there's Blade. They don't really show it all in the game. There's actually a full render of the thing. It's basically a castle airship in the shape of an axe. It actually looks really cool. Boss fight. We fight for evil. We live for disorder. We like what we do. We struggle for chaos. We are the Axem Rangers. This star piece gives people hope. It needs to be destroyed. Alright. Pop quiz. So we've got Pink, she's a healer. Black, he's fast. Red, he's average. Yellow, he hits hard and has high defense. Green, he's a mage. Who do you target first? General logic would lead you to go after the healer first. That is very much the wrong choice here. So she not only has way more HP and defenses than almost all the rest of them, but she also has, when she heals someone, she actually randomly heals. She doesn't smart heal. So ignoring the obvious fact that it's harder to kill her than other people, there's also the fact that she can waste her turn. So she's actually one of the most useless of the five. So we're going to focus on the mage first. See? She heals Black, who hasn't been hit yet. And Green's out. I've got a headache. You're totally out of shape. So, we're actually going to still not go after Pink. We're going to go after Black next. Just to top us off. To my knowledge, it's not possible to outspeed Black. At least not, at this point in the game. Black has stupid speed. That being said, I'm not 100% sure about that. Yo, Red! God. Broke my shades. Serves you right. And black is out of the fight. Now we'll go after pink. Aw, she actually healed the right target for once. Red! What? My makeup's running. Change brands. Yep, that definitely looks like a body slam to me. I should write this down before I forget about it. I'm going to keep this topped off because the next phase of the fight can cause us issues. I think we're going to be okay. Body slam, swipe. As you can see, yellow can hit pretty hard. You're red. What? I'm hungry. Chew on your tongue. Top off. So you might wonder why we go after yellow before red, since red is easier to kill than yellow. The answer is because I want to be able to top off before the next phase of the fight. Getting rid of their primary damage output, which is yellow, certainly helps with that. I'm gonna have to get another heal in here. Nope, we're good. Enough! Now I'm angry. Time to finish this. Formation ho! Time to fight the Axem Rangers, aka Blade. Yeah, and they have a birdo mouth, or a snippet mouth, is what I actually always assumed, but still. Let's go top off. Force beam energized, maximum charge. Fire the breaker! Oh yeah, we're fine. I mean, we know they're not snippets because we know nothing of Smithy's people or, you know, that, but we'll get to that in a minute. By the way, as a fresh reminder, the cutoff point for guessing what you think the golden number of this game is going to be is coming up pretty soon. So, FYI. I think we're actually done with all the optional stuff we're going to do. We're not poking at Kulaks, that's just going to take time. We are going to go buy the frying pan. But that's kind of it. This is impossible! We're invincible! No! Oh. Can this be happening to the Axem Rangers? Yeah, we're getting out of here. Bit of a flashing screen warning there. So anyways, there's only 1 star left. 6 star pieces have finally been collected. Where could that last star piece be? Thankfully, it doesn't make us leave the dungeon. Alright, so let's go to this mythical, insane vendor. See if we can find him. Or it, I don't know. You're a hero, Mario. If it weren't for you, Dino would still be that mountain. It's this guy, isn't it? Remember me from the mines? I found some neat stuff, and I'm opening up a miner store. Let's see. A lucky jewel. No thanks. A mystery egg. I don't need that. And metal plate. 300 coins. Yes, please. Yeah, even with her massive detriment from the lazy shell, that puts her up to 145 attack power. To put this into perspective, that puts her attack power without the lazy shell at 195. Yeah, at the moment she would be doing more damage than Bowser. Although, hopefully we will fix that soon. Okay. And yeah, ditto. Computer kid. I mean, the egg is useful for speedruns, but eh. It's kind of an emergency kind of a thing. Yeah, exactly, computer kid. I don't know. I should qualify that statement. I've never seen someone use words, lore. I haven't seen someone use the egg in a route in an SMRPG speedrun in quite a while. Statues follow us here. But you got routed out, basically, because of RNG manipulation to simply avoid encounters and blah blah blah. Mom, Dad! Were you able to find the star, dear? Yeah, the Axem Rangers took it from us, but we got it back again. Oh, that's wonderful. Now, the star thing can be repaired, right? Well, I guess not. You're still missing a piece, I take it. The last star. Wait, the only place left to look is in Bowser's Keep. Yeah, we know, but there's no way to get in. Believe me, we've tried, but... Yes, even Mario can't jump that far. Alright, I'll let you use the... That's it, dear. You should use the royal bus! Yes, Mallow, the time has come for you to take the bus! This whole game has actually just been a pro-public transport propaganda thing. Why, when I was your age... Really? Are you sure it's alright? Of course, dear. I've ordered the repairman to have it fixed by the time you leave. You simply have to help Mario and the others get the last star. You bet, Mom. Come on, Mario. Let's go. Getting into the keep isn't the problem, Diva Dimitri. Getting to the keep is the problem. Now, why Bowser doesn't have his clown copter car, I have no idea. Bus has finally been repaired. We can start operating again. Ah, Prince Mallow. We want to go to Bowser's Keep. Could you give us a lift, please? Heard the story from King Nimbus. You'll be there in no time. Yep, it's a Lakitu bus. So naturally it flies. I always liked the idea that the Lakitus and the Nimbians kind of were, you know, both people who lived and shared this land, but we never actually see Lakitus up here, so whatever. How's the engine running? Oh, it's purring like a kitten. Did you take Prince Mallow to the entrance of Bowser's Keep? Of course. Can't wait to get this thing running again. Come on, Prince, hop on board. Y'all aboard?
So, first of arguably 3 dungeons in a row. We are officially in the outro at this point.
The scent of boiling lava. It's so nice to be home. Smithy's gonna pay for stealing my splendid castle from me.
So, unlike the previous version of the song, which just looped endlessly, this is actually a song. And it's awesome. We're gonna avoid stuff, because we don't want to fight anything here. Which is naturally why I jumped on that Goomba. All very important. Possibly Jesse's mask? We'll see. Got a little bit of RNG coming up. So, one of the neater features of Bowser's Castle is any of the Bowser minions within this dungeon will have a chance to flee on their turn if you have Bowser in the party. I always thought that was kind of a cool thing. Gross. Oh, for God's sakes. Wake up, Mario. Pretty sure they don't target Bowser, but don't quote me on that one. So here's where we fought Bowser last time. Moving on. Now we actually start the dungeon. The good news is this is nothing but Bowser's minions here. Except for the fat Troopa, apparently. Sorry, heavy Troopa. So, somehow, and without warning or reason, Krako's here. I have no idea. But he does sell some nice armor. In fact, I believe this is either the first or second best armor in the game, not counting the lazy shell. So we'll grab that and that. Toss that while we're at it. Aw. Every time someone says that, it makes me just a little bit sad, Nethrios. But I hope I will do a decent job for you. Oops. Let me use you. Oh yeah, Kulix was awesome. It was the best fight in the history of the Ever. Man, we spent so long. We spent like the entire day fighting Kulix. Just the whole thing. Pick a number between 1 and 6. 4. So I'm actually going to save state, because it's kind of important. Ah, that'll work out. This is an encounter door. I really do want the claws. I'm trying to think, there's a term for that, Ginga Man. I think it's the Colbert boost. It's when, you know, there's a work that gets popular because of another work, or gets attention because of another work. Tell you what, Savacom. You can eat all of the Oreos if you also, tell me the secret to making good sub. Oh, nope, that's a good choice, Sabacom. Not that I get bacon in my subs, but... I sometimes add bacon to my sandwiches, so... I think so, Nithrius. I'm actually not 100% familiar with that. Yeah, the Lazy Shell is going to be dragging us to victory on some of the upcoming fights. God, how many bosses do we have? We've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bosses before Smithy, I think? 5 bosses across 2 dungeons. I think. I might be missing some in there. And I'm not counting like XOR as 4 bosses. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure. Hey Savacom, left, middle, or right? You were definitely watching for it. Nope, I asked Savacom. And she was not only not watching it, but I'm not sure you can actually see it on the stream. Very wrong. You're both terribly wrong. I just missed out on 8 experience. That's not a lot. Don't worry about it. In fact, I think my gold's almost capped. Yeah, I'm at 820 gold. Jeez Louise. Alright, Ginga Man. Tell you what. To make it up to you, pick a number between 1 and 6 that doesn't involve the number 4. Yeah, there's also literally infinite coins in this dungeon. Literally, literally. The catch is you can only carry 999 at a time, and trust me, it's easier to reach that than you'd think. When I go to a good Subway, I usually get a wrap, actually. The Black Forest ham with lettuce, shredded lettuce specifically, tomatoes, onions, a little bit of black pepper, pepperoncini, guacamole, and I think that's it, actually. We're in door 4 right now, Gigaman. Pick something other than 4. Okay, we'll do door 2 next. I really hope this door leads me to the drill claw, because if it does, all the pressure's off. I don't even have to think about it, because I got the only thing I cared about, so it doesn't matter what we get after that. You can see why I don't like the combat doors, by the way. Because these are the combat doors, is all it is. That being said, I am actually probably going to give a gameplay positive to both of these dungeons. First of all, the very door concept is actually kind of neat in its own right. So in case you haven't heard us talk about this before, there are 3 types of doors. There are combat doors, which are this. Now, they're all static. The encounters you'll encounter are the same each time you go through it, and at the end, you get a chest. Woo! Then there's the platforming doors. So there's 2 platforming doors. Each of them has their own distinct platforming sections. I call them platforming because I don't know what to call them. It's like, you know, jump on invisible platforms over lava, or dodge barrels being tossed by a monkey, you know, something like that, right? Then there's the puzzle doors. The puzzle doors are my personal favorite in terms of just sheer fun factor. They're exactly what they sound like. They are puzzles. Like, you have to play the ad giveaway game, I forget what that's called, in order to win that, or you have to count barrels, or you have to do a logic puzzle, etc. And yeah, I agree with that, Gingaman. Even these doors, which are honestly kind of boring, are not punishing, and they are the most rewarding. So yeah, I think Bowser's Castle is probably going to be a plus to gameplay. Despite this. I really hope this one leads me to the Drill Claw. Probably mention, even with all the armor and levels and stuff we have, there's a couple bosses coming up we still are going to have some chances of dying on. Most notably, the last boss. So we'll see how things go. Well, the score should kind of show it. We're at 21 pluses to story, 1 negative to story, 8 pluses to gameplay, and 8 negatives to gameplay. And honestly, that sounds about right to me. Although we still have the outro and the last couple of dungeons to go through. And we need to do the audit as well. Nah, that's serious. I don't care about Smash, and I don't care about Geno. However, I know a lot of people would like Geno for Smash, who both like Geno and like Smash. So for them, yeah, absolutely. The negative to story, I mean, there's this insane concept, Gingaman, called looking it up yourself. However, if you're on the phone, I'll go ahead and help you out with that. As a fresh reminder, though, for anyone who doesn't know, you could type in a command into chat and get a link to the document, which we update live while we're going through these. But that doesn't help if you're on mobile. So, the game has random, weird, pointless, random weirdness to it. Occasionally it works. Booster. Most of the time it doesn't, and it actively detracts from the game to me. If you asked me yesterday what my least favorite part of the game is, it would be that. God, we're almost maxed on coins. Yes, we're officially out of the Mystic Quest problem. We've left this section where we were just giving negatives for pretty much every section of the game. I'm not sure if there'll be any negatives from this point onwards. I'm really not sure. But we'll see. That is true, Malcor Blade. It's just, pretty much every time I finish the booster section, it's like, ugh. And then I get to Nimbus land, and it's like, okay. I mean, Nimbus is still a negative to gameplay. I stand by that. But at least Nimbus has something to make up for it, whereas the entire seaside ship Land's End section doesn't really have anything that makes it better. It's just the slog. No positives to story, no positives to gameplay, just screw you. But yeah, it doesn't last that long, which is nice. Fingers crossed! Damn it! That's awful! Okay. That really sucks. I might just live with not getting the Drill Claw. I said 2 next. And it's the other combat one. Well, I think this will be the Drill Claw, so that's something. The localization for this game is surprisingly good. Like, obviously Woolsey worked on it, but he didn't work alone. And, while there are a few issues here and there, notably the psychopath section, It is. There is actually really good localization in this game. Yeah, at least I'm now guaranteed to get the drill claw in this door, so that's something. I'm actually gonna do a save state just in case. I can't remember if we have to do 2 or 3 doors. Can someone answer me that? Because I honestly don't remember. Yeah, I got rid of it, Lunarith. I deleted it. It's 4 doors. Okay, cool. That's why I was wondering. Because if it's 2 doors to victory, then I made a save state so we can die on purpose and then go show off, you know, the other doors so you can at least see them. That's a good question. I can re-add it to the spreadsheet. I've been trying to think of a good chat command to lead to it, because Golden's taken, right? GN is taken, or gameplay negative, actually. GN, GP, SN, and SP are all taken. I'll link to the document. We could do that, Chemic. We could swap it around. There'll be a bit of a transition period as people have to, you know, get used to the fact that Golden is no longer that, but we could do that. I don't know if I can put pounds in there. Let me actually pull it up really quick. Show me everything. Okay, let me get rid of this song, because I hate this song. Let's get to a song I actually like. There we go. I don't think so, Melkor. It has several optional treasure rooms, but I don't think it has, like, the doors kind of a thing. Bowser's Keep is awesome in Paper Mario, but for different reasons. Ah! Someone type !Zelda. I forgot we even had that command. People were asking about that for a while there, and then apparently it just stopped. Forgot about that. Anyways. So we need... I need to edit that, actually, because we're adding in 2 new games. I should do that right now. What are we doing? Let me think about that. I guess we do them here. And here. There. Okay. Updated. Okay. So let's change Golden. You know what I should do? I should actually do that. I should have the golden number thing just linked to the review page on the website. Because that has all that information. I mean, it doesn't have as much information. Sure we are, Melkor Blade. I'll add it to the sheet. Whatever, it doesn't matter. If someone wanted to check the website, they can check the website. There. And then we'll add guess. So yeah, we'll do guess to this one. And then what was the other one? Number, I think was it. What's the other suggestion? Hang on, scroll up. I guess that's it. Number and guess. I think I'll plug number going forwards. I think I will link the other thing here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. That makes sense. There we go. Okay, cool. Anyways, as a reminder, I'm going to shut that down. So if you haven't made a guess, you can type !number or an !guess into chat. And you too can make a guess. Why are the ants wielding an axe? Like, I get that they're armored ants, haha, but like, why an axe? I'm not even gonna ask how they can do that. Yeah, a lot of the enemies have some kind of pun things going on. Oh god, I'm trying to remember what it actually is. So Exor is actually an Excalibur pun, but it's a really weird one. It's like, I think the Japanese name of Exor is Caliber, or Caliban, or something like that. And then, of course, the English name is Exor. Exor Caliban. Or something like that. I forget the specifics, but there's a few little puns and jokes like that which either cross languages or only make sense in one language or the other.
these sections. If you've been wondering why I've been avoiding encounters the entire game, this is why. Even though the game does a lot of little things to try and speed up encounters and make things go by quicker and all those things I praised early on, it does just get a little bit old with the sheer quantity of encounters that are in this game. It's something I was pointing out earlier, too, when we were in the pirate ship. There's so many enemies in sections of this game. Dozens, and in some cases, hundreds of enemies per dungeon. Which is absolutely bizarre because they're completely unnecessary. Like, if you actually Korean method your way through this game, you won't be that much higher level than I am now. Because enemies don't get that much experience. It's this weird decision. I sometimes wonder if what they did was they made all the enemy encounters before they realized... Let me say it a bit differently. I sometimes wonder if they made the world encounters, right, the enemies you see on the overworld, before they designed the actual encounter, you know, the thing you'll actually be fighting. And the whole point was like, let's populate it like it's a Mario game. And then someone else came in and said, alright, let's turn all those into encounters like it's a Final Fantasy game. And so we got, like, this nonsense. Yeah, actually, it's kind of the Dark Souls 2 issue, I agree. Like, I enjoy aspects of Dark Souls 2, but... Yeah, I think I'm gonna give it negative for it. Negative to gameplay. Back into it. I think this will be the last encounter for a minute, though. That'll be something. We didn't even fight Bahamut, I just realized that. Never mind. So there's Bahamut. Anyways. Great and powerful Bahamut spell. Flame. I admittedly did that on purpose, Melkor. I'm sorry. Dick. Hi, Mr. Red. How dare you be miserable? You dick! God, the guy just healed for like a full round of attacks.
mean, I think the score speaks for itself. I will admit, I didn't remember. One of the things I like about doing these analytical reviews is it really helps to bring my opinion into focus, if that makes any sense. Like, very rarely does my opinion fully change on a game going through with an analysis mode. It's more like it actually goes from a vague blob to a cohesive picture, right? Mystic Quest is a perfect example of that. And that's exactly what's happening here. This game has some pretty serious problems and some pretty cool aspects, but I'm almost surprised by how good the narrative axis has been. Drillclaw, thank God. So that is Bowser's best weapon. He will never use anything else. And that means all three of our party members have their best weapons, and I believe their best armor. So we're good to go. Mr. Red, pick a number between 1 and 6 that is not 2 or 4. I'm going to make a save state, though, just to show off things in case. Just making sure we have the save. Sadly, Mr. Red has abandoned us. I mean, heal shell would be nice, but eh. But you're right. We could... I mean, there's also plenty of accessories we could get, which would be much better, but we're not doing any of that optional stuff. We're not doing the 30 jumps, we're not beating Kulex, and we're not doing the dojo. Okay, Mr. Red is gone. Someone else pick. 1 through 6. Go. 6. Puzzle. I'm the Quizmaster. You can call me Dr. T. You into coin collecting? You want instructions? Yes. There's 21 coins in this box. We'll take turns removing them. The one who takes the last coin's the loser. You can grab 4 at once. If you want to grab only 1 or 2, press A when you want to stop. You win. Nothing to it. Topic, you ask? Magic buttons. Want instructions? Step on one button, you'll reverse the surrounding buttons. So on becomes off, and on becomes on. Get it? Let's see if you can set them all to on. I gotta remember this one. It's like... this, and then this, and that. There we go. Congrats. Plain sailing, huh? Now, the topic is ball solitaire. Want instructions? When you kick a ball, it'll leapfrog the adjacent ball, which will then disappear. Keep making balls disappear until only one remains. You'll lose if you kick a ball into a space already occupied by another ball. The ball you kick must always leapfrog. So this one we're probably going to fail at a couple times, because I don't remember the solution to this one at all. Okay, so... I feel like it's... this one first. And... this. 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 Then we're gonna... do this one. Yeah, Lufia 2's got nothing on this game. I'll do that one. This one. This one. Come on. Yep, nope, I'm right. Simple as ABC, huh? Listen, all I'm saying is Lufia 2 might score better than this on the narrative axis.
but it'll score exactly the same on the gameplay. I should have been using those Yoshi cookies in those fights. So. Oh, I'm at level now, Traxie. I'm no longer under level. I used the leveling trick earlier to stop being under level. I'm not over level. I'm at level 20, which is pretty much what you want to be to beat the game, so I'm good. 1, 3, or 5. Someone who hasn't picked yet, pick one. 3. You got it, Sarah. I'm going to do a save state because I do want to show off at least one platforming, and this is our last one. So that's a puzzle. So hang on. So, you have 10 lives. Any screw-up costs you a life. These suck for me because platforming in this game sucks in general. And, perspective. However, what's really strange here is there's actually checkpointing of a sort, as you can see. Like, it starts me off where I ended up. I can't even do the second jump. This is the one I'm not really good at. The other one I'm a lot better at. Oh, absolutely, Monobrown. They probably knew exactly how bad... Okay, so hang on. So let's show off the other one really quick. I will do 3 in the end. So, this one's a little bit more of a favorite of mine. There's also some nice optional stuff you can get here, like that. And that. Yeah, we're done. Yes, it did, Gingaman. So what you're saying is Lufia will score a negative 700 million billion. So here's the Donkey Kong one. This is the one I really want to show off. This is my favorite. I suck at Donkey Kong. Patient. Go for it. Here. He's like, oh no! Alright, so. So the actual one you picked. Hey, hey, it's me, the Quizmaster. And it's quiz time. Need an explanation? I'll give you 12, count them, 12 questions. If you're right, the block you're standing will move up. But if you blow it, you go down 2. You have 5 seconds. If you can't answer, you go down 1. Reach the 8th step within 12 questions and you won. What's the first monster you see in Pipe Vault? I have no idea. Goomba. Nope. Johnny loves which beverage? Poison? Grape juice? Nope. What word does Shiwa use when she sings? La-di-da. Who helped you up the cliff at Land's End? That's the Sky True Buzz. What's the full name of the boss of the sunken ship? Jonathan Jones. The boy getting his picture taken at Merrimore can't wait till which season? Baseball season. Oh, wow. How many legs does Wiggler have? 8. Nope. What color are the curtains in Mario's house? Red? The boy at the inn in the Mushroom Kingdom was playing with what? A Game Boy. How much does a female beetle cost? 50 coins. Nope. How long do the couple in the chapel have been waiting for the thing? 30 minutes. Where was the first star piece found? The Mushroom Kingdom. Yeah, so I suck at the quiz. It's okay, we'll just try it again. How much does a female beetle? So I think this is a frog coin. No! The boy at the end was playing with a Game Boy. What word does Shiwa use? La la la. Who is the ultimate enemy in this adventure? Goomba! What's the name of Jagger's sensei? Jinx. Who is the leader of the Axem Rangers? Red. Who is the famous composer Tadpole? Toadofsky. Which monster does not appear in Booster Tower? A Jester. Nope. What's the full name of the boss of the sunken ship? That's Jonathan Jones. Who helped you up the cliff? That's the Sky Troop Buzz. How many legs does Wiggler have? 10? Nope. What is Hinopio in charge of the middle counter? The inn.
Damn! Okay, wow, okay. I didn't mean to hit yes. What's the fourth selection on the menu screen? Equip? The boy at the end is playing a Game Boy. What's the first monster you see? A Goomba. Nope. Yuridovich is boss. What was the third star piece found? Molehill. Who helped you up the cliff? That's the Sky Troop Buzz. What was Toad still doing when she was kidnapped by Bowser? She was looking at flowers. What is Rainy's husband's name? Raz. What's the full name of the boss of the sunken ship? Jonathan. Man getting his picture taken hates what? Getting his picture taken. What does the red essence do? Strength? Okay, we did it. Well done. I guess that was just a warm-up for you, huh? Yeah, no, I sucked. So, this is actually one of my favorites. So let's see how well you can count. I'll give you 10 seconds. Tell me the number of barrels in the room. So that one was the warm-up. How many? Of course, it's time, so I'm just going to say 44. Now, I'm going to admit, this is the one I really screw up on. This is the one I have the hardest time with. So this is a logic puzzle. Boo, Goo, Bones, and Kip completed in a triathlon. The triathlon included swimming, cycling, and a marathon. You have to guess which place each person came in. I came in third for swimming. I outrode Bones on the bike, and Bones was never able to pass me. I fell into fourth place during the bike race, but finally ended up in the same place as I did in the swimming event. I placed the same in the swimming and cycling events, but two others beat me in the marathon. Yeah, this logic puzzle can be frustrating. So yes, the Boo is first. And I have no idea of the rest, so we're just going to guess randomly. Nope. Boo, Bones, Kip. Oh. Yeah. Oh, well. So we're not doing that again. I just wanted to show it off, which I have now done. There's some nice items in here, I just don't care at this point. I got all I need. Whoop! You missed everything, Savacom. We were talking about how Lufia is actually the best game ever, but then I was like, you know, if I ever say that again, you know I'm lying, because I'm going to say it right now. All a lie. By the way, notice there's literally sound effects from Chrono Trigger in this game. Super Slap. I'm just gonna delete that. That's... I guess I don't have to. Oh yeah, that was the real thing. I know there's something real. Melkor did some Lufia 2 stuff. So, mini-boss number 2. This is Smithy's castle. No trespassers allowed. It's Magikoopa! AKA, this is Kamek. Ow. Oh, I'm out of mana. No, I got the star gun, or the star shot, or whatever it's called. You know, Gino's weapon. Really? Okay. Kamek was in fact named before this game, because Yoshi's Island. I believe Yoshi's Island is where Kamek got his name. I'm not sure about that, though. Mallow doesn't need a weapon. He's fine. I'm just happy I got the drill claw, to be completely blunt. Alright. I'm just gonna call him by his name. Kamek! Huh? Where am I? Oh, Bowser, hello. How have you been? I, made it back here somehow, but it seems like I've been brainwashed or something. I can't seem to remember anything. Have I done something wrong? Don't worry about it. Let's just put it behind us. It's great running into a loyal Koopa Trooper like you. I'm glad. It looks like you've got some tough new troopers now. But my magic can still help you. Here's infinite coins. Literally. This magic treasure box will never run out of coins. Just keep on hitting it. I'll be here if you need me. Yeah, can I get a heal, please? We already have 999 coins, by the way, on us. Mostly because of Savicom. She put all those coins in her inventory. Still hanging around now? You want some more items? Well, since I'm in a good mood. Just remember, I can't always be coming to your rescue, you know. Yeah, that's nice. Translation, this is the last vendor in the game, right? Wrong! There's actually one vendor after this. So there's the heal shell, and there's the hero shirt. And now we have the best non-accessory gear in the game. That's true, Toad doesn't sell gear. But Toad is the last vendor in the game. Because of course he is. Because Toad is Toad. So. Do you mind if I wait just a moment, Savicon, before I bow? Because there's a cool song coming up here. Okay, sure. I just have to get through 2 bosses. Maybe it's not that soon. Oh, god damn it. Okay, maybe this is gonna take me a minute. Yeah, you've probably already guessed what my favorite song is in this game, Melkor Blade. I mean, if I haven't mentioned it by now, there's literally only 3 songs it can be. because there are only 3 songs we haven't listened to yet. 4, if you count the ending. Cat's like, I know what this lap is for. I know what this is. And all cats talk like that. Internally, obviously. Dang it. Oh, hey. See, now that I'm in a hurry is when I get slowed down. That's how that always happens. Just in life, in general. It's like, I need to get this done quickly. Okay, well, here's 1,000 interruptions. Oh, thanks for that. Yep, no, here's another one. Well, let's at least see what the donation is for. Yes. This is gonna sound like such a dumb question. That's a DS game, right? So, the problem, Gingaman, is every time the thwomps land, they stun you for a second. So you can't move or jump when the thwomps land. So you kind of get the problem there. Okay. I'll go ahead and add it then. If nothing else, I can use a completely copy. I mean, I own it physically. It's right over there. But I physically can't stream from a DS, so I have to use the copy in order to do that. Yeah, so this boss is problematic. I think that's the word I'm going to use there. But before we go any forward, since we are now done with Bowser's Castle, I am going to go ahead and commit to what I already said, and give it a Gameplay Plus. Well, it has some problems, and it does. Nevertheless, I do like Bowser's Castle. It's probably one of the better designed dungeons in the game. I don't know if the next dungeon's going to be better, or if that's my bias, so we'll talk about that in a minute. Oh, and by the way, as soon as we beat, the next, so the boss after this boss is when we're cutting off guesses. So if you want to do a guess, this is the time. So I have no idea who this is or anything about him whatsoever. Don't even ask. So you are the notorious Mario. I'm impressed you made it this far. I didn't think you could. Hoisty little fellow, aren't you? But this is the end of the line. Now you've got to deal with me. On guard. Yeah, so he's a samurai, and that's his characterization. His name is Boomer, by the way. Well before that title became popularized in another manner. But you can imagine why this is a little bit eyebrow-raising nowadays. He doesn't even get the full boss music. He gets mini boss music, even though he's arguably harder than the next boss. Depending, because there's some randomness to this fight. We're actually getting really good RNG so far.
And there it goes. So now he's blue. We don't have any real magic damage in this setup. But that's okay, because we just hit really hard. Also, apparently I was mistaking the order. I thought blue was the one that was weak to magic. Apparently red was the one weak to magic. My bad. So never mind. We were actually having bad luck earlier. Oh yeah, he has a fallen 1 attack, by the way. But he's dead. This is absurd. I can't be defeated by them. I won't let this happen. I won't fall in battle. Having a heart attack. I don't need your sympathy. I am a soldier. I am prepared to go. This scene is so weird. I don't even know what this is all about. See you later, kids. As he falls to his death. Boomer. Oh, poor Boomer. But not to worry. A little fall is gonna hurt you. Alright, Mario. I'll lead you to the top. We must hurry to the appointed place. I don't know. It's okay, we're about to fight a boss called Neo Squid. I'm not joking. Wait a second, there are no seatbelts. So, Exor is actually the hilt. That's the thing we have to kill. Then there's Neo Squid, which is the mouth. And then right eye and left eye. This. This is the only major boss in the game that is weak to being one-shot from Geno, by the way. Yes! Immediately after the Boomer was defeated, we were attacked by Corona. You can quote me on that. How evil is Bowser? The guy right there in my party, Mr. Red? Really? That guy? Damn it, attack Peach. She's invincible. Okay, that's a valid point, Bowser is the most evil person in the entire setting. Definitely not the character we're going to be meeting in a bit here. Well, that's just dandy. That's true. In Drakengard, sure. Alfred. Now I'm being flashed. Oh my god, this game. Really irritating is this game usually does a good job about setting tone and, you know, hints, and foreshadowing, and leading up to moments and all that fun stuff. And instead what we have is Boomer followed by XOR, which is just a weird combo. Before we go to the darkest and most horrifying part of the entire game. So one of the things this game does kind of well and kind of not, this is actually pretty common for the era, is it implies a lot but doesn't state a lot outright. So everything I'm about to tell you is speculation based on evidence, okay? However, given what we see, so we already know how the Smithy gang operates. So Smithy himself is the central point of the gang. None of the rest of the gang really exists as a sentient sapient entity. All of them are weapons that were crafted by Smithy, personally. Smithy is basically the jailer if he was done properly. So Smithy crafted this world. And yeah, the visual storytelling of his dimension is horrifying in its own right. It is a fog-infused, grayish landscape filled with spikes and chains. God, this really is the jailer. And everything here is a weapon or dead or undead. Smithy himself has also stated his intent to conquer multiple worlds, and in the doing, turn those new worlds into this. He wants to craft each world he conquers into another perspective of this, to just kind of break it all down into yet another hellish landscape of metal and weapons. It is surprisingly dark, at least for the time. Nowadays, you know, dark storytelling and the Mario RPGs is just hand in hand. But this was kind of a shock back in the day. It's just like, what is this insanity? And I'm not even talking about the speculation around Smithy himself. But yeah, this is what he wants the Mushroom Kingdom to look like. And he wants everyone in the Mushroom Kingdom to either be dead and, you know, wandering ghosts, or something that he himself has personally crafted that does nothing but serves his will. And I'm just going to straight up give the horror positive I've been sitting on for a while now, because this is where that really comes into play. You know, you say that jokingly, Melkor Blade, but the problem with something like what we're seeing on the screen right now is this is fiction. What people in real life really want to do is turn the world into something like this. Not visually, but in spirit. They want to turn the world into a gray, lifeless husk that exists to feed them. That's not a joke. And it's not cool. We've also, so I'm also going to officially cut off the golden number sheets. I'm going to lock that down right now. Yeah, exactly. The world should be a manufacturing plant to make money. You shouldn't spend your off time having fun or enjoying yourself. You should spend it... Bragan, why are you on here a second time? I alphabetized this for a freaking reason. What in the world? Whatever. They want you to spend your off time making them more money, instead of trying to escape the horrible world they have already built.
I'm just gonna delete that. It's Dawn Crow repeat. Dawn Crow's Why do people not add their names next to things? Stop adding duplicates. Jesus Christ. It's not that hard. Stop adding duplicates. Let's just do this. Let's see how many duplicates we actually have here. There's a duplicate for Bragwin. There's a duplicate for Dawn Crow. Looks like that might actually be it for the moment. Nope, Spartan, you have a duplicate too. Not that you're here anymore. Ventures has a duplicate. Jeez Louise, people. Okay. So yes, we have left the Mushroom Kingdom entirely. We're on Smithy's world. Everything is awful, bleak, and horrible. Do you know where this leads to? Looks like Exor is the contact between the two worlds. In other words, if we follow this road, we'll find Smithy. So what's keeping us?
Hang on! Hey, I only joined so I could get my castle back. I'm not going to be dragged along on this stupid hunt. This is as far as I go. I'm going to gather my troops and rebuild my castle. And you, Mario, you're an official member of the Koopa Troop, so it's your duty to help with the repairs.
Howser, you're completely missing the point.
Huh? I ought to rip your stuffing out.
No, think about it, Bowser. This sword connects the two worlds, right?
Yes, so?
Even if we defeat Exor, there'll be other weapon beasts to follow him. Your castle is at the entrance point to your world. In short, they'll be back. Is that what you want?
Weapon
things seem to my castle. What about my...
privacy? Yikes, this isn't good at all. In fact, this stinks. But I can't just be pals with these cretins. I've got an image to keep up. Okay, I've got it. No one insults the Koopa Troop and gets away with it. I've got a bone to pick with this Smithy guy. Come on, Mario. We'll teach him a lesson. I'm so sly.
Also, more visual storytelling. There's just random chunks of factory, fallen apart missiles with faces on them, giant daggers just lying around. Yeah, by the way, the name of this this area is just Factory, because that's all that's left at this point. I know this is dark, but I like to think that all the dead roaming this place is whoever used to live here. There's also a lot of radioactive garbage-type enemies, you know, kind of like they have in Chrono Trigger, for example. So that's cool, too. Yeah, what's funny is this actually isn't the last song for this dungeon, but the last song is weirdly appropriate, too. We'll get there. We've got 3 bosses? 2? I can never remember. There's a couple of just random, I don't know what the hell's going on with these bosses in this place. enemies for a second. I mean, I don't want to keep talking about the jailer and how he's one of the dumbest villains in Warcraft history, but you notice how Smithy really is the jailer, just better executed in every way, which is sort of sad when a game from 1996 can do that concept better. And you know what's really, really sad, Mr. Red? We haven't met Smithy yet. If you don't understand the significance of that, one of the things that several people, including me, have talked about is that if you're going to have this kind of an atmospheric villain, you either need to have them have a significant and regular presence, the Lich King, or they need to have no presence, but we see their effects and consequences. Smithy and his minions has had a non-stop effect on the events of this game so far, since all the way back when Exor smashed into the castle. But we haven't met Smithy himself yet. And we won't until we fight him at the very end. It actually works quite well in this case, because they establish him. Because they've bothered to build him up prior to this, in his absence, by his effect, and by his consequence. Actually, yeah, kind of like Sephiroth. There's another way this game kind of led a little bit into the whole FF7 development thing we've talked about before. Oh, absolutely not, Gorgoth. No way in hell. So, this boss can suck, and I think I've already demonstrated why, because Bowser's dead. I was actually looking into that a little bit, Melkor Blade. Did you know that Nintendo Power actually stated outright that Exor was Smithy? Now, what's really weird is I don't know if that was a marketing gimmick, you know, to help sell the narrative, or if they just made a mistake, because Nintendo Power made a lot of mistakes back in the day. So... please stop killing Bowser. Yes, Arcane is funded, S.A. Ross. Has been for about a week. No, exactly, Melkor Blade. Because I had Nintendo Power 2 back in the day, and Nintendo Power was pretty prolific, so yeah, I think that's actually where that comes from. I know, right, Linnea? Could you please stop dying? Yeah, let's go for this. Oh my god, I'm actually getting really bad luck this fight. Overall, Korgoth? Keeping in mind, I've only reviewed none of those. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this fight can go very badly, but it is aggressively random. This is RNG the boss. You know the type. It's where the boss can do any kind of thing from great to easy to terrible to awful. It's like the frickin' Jesus Christ. In Mega Man 04. Final boss of Mega Man 04, which is either laughably easy, stupidly hard, or anything in between by pure random chance. It's 9. But anyways, having not reviewed any of those games, Korgoth, so just off the top of my head, I would go with Thousand Year Door, Bowser's Inside Story, and I don't know what Super Mario RPG 3 is. So you're gonna tell me all that. Yeah, you should probably notice I'm hitting like a truck. Like, I am doing a lot of damage. Hit by Corona again. And I also have Peach, who's almost invincible. Oh! Well, in that case, so, sorry. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, because it was formatted weird on my screen, Corona. So in that case, I would put Thousand Year Door, Bowser's Inside Story, and Mario RPG. The better question is, would Mario is Missing get any positives? Of any kind, shape, or form? I'm thinking no. Someone help me decide, because I need to have a pseudo-lunch. So I'm going to skip lunch in order to finish the game. I've got chocolate peanut butter, mint, strawberry, what's this? And lemon. How would I review Mario Paint? It'd probably be about a 2-minute review, as we talk about the HUD and the interface and the minigames. And then we'd be done. Hey, Pyro. We were just talking about how Smithy is a better villain in every way than the jailer. Even despite being the exact same archetype. You can quote me on that. So, probably Gum Gum, but give me a second, because I gotta talk about this. This is when the visual storytelling of this dungeon really comes into play. This is when we start seeing the machine maids and the conveyor belts. And we just start to see wave after wave of the enemies we've already fought so far. Again, because now Smithy is mass-producing all the enemies we've already fought. That's it. But think about that for a second. For good and for bad, the game has done a fairly decent job of adding a bit of flavor and characterization to the little Shy Guy dudes and the arrows and Bowyer and Mac. Remember him? First boss in the game? Well, there's another of him. And another. And another. This is when everything I talked about earlier about what Smithy actually wants and how horrifying he really is really comes into play. This is also why I say he has that similarity to the jailer, just better. Because what he wants is a mass-produced world that is 100% by him and for him. And a reminder, this is what he wants to do to the Mushroom Kingdom. By the way, these are effectively the boss fights over again. The stats are a little different, but they do have the same basic mechanics and abilities. Yeah, Giga Man. He's pretty terrifying. Anyways, thank you, Korgoth, for the sub. Always. You know where you want to put that? Please let me know. Speaking of which, thank you, Savacom, very, very much. Lock out A. Okay, we're okay. It even plays the boss music. As much as this game does have issues, I absolutely love the outro. Korgoth is putting it towards the Metroid block. Done. I mean, in terms of power, Smithy is pathetic compared to most Final Fantasy villains. That's not his thing. Although he is certainly strong in his own right, he's just, you know, he's not on the same scale as most Final Fantasy villains, because most Final Fantasy villains are world movers. If anything, the comparisons to the Jailer keep coming, because one of the biggest benefits of, say, for example, the Lich King is, well, he's certainly personally powerful. It's the massive control over the ridiculous numbers of undead he has, and the ease with which he can make more of them. Except in Smithy's case, it's the manufactured rather than the undead. Just to really hammer the point in, there's 2 black rangers and 2 yellow rangers right there. Oh, I don't think I showed this off. Their names are all... Every enemy in this entire dungeon is named Machine Made. In terms of his goal, he's horrifying. Honestly, several of the Mario villains in the Mario RPGs are more evil than most Final Fantasy villains, and I mean that. I mean, the Shadow Queen literally wants a world in which she rules supreme, where she can torture and kill for fun at will. Anyone and everyone, anywhere. That's her goal. And yeah, we've already talked about exactly how messed up Smithy is. Oh, dude, I was so into it, Korgoth. You ever have that thing? I've talked about this several times. You ever that thing, that moment in your life where you encounter something? Maybe it's a story bit, maybe it's a gameplay bit, maybe it's just a concept, and it's like, I never realized how much I wanted that until I was exposed to it, right? I never knew what it was like to be breathing until I could actually do it, right? That kind of a thing. I've had that kind of revelation several times in my life. But the moment a Mario RPG showed up in my universe, I was like, oh my god, I've wanted this for so long and I didn't even know it. It's one of the reasons I've been a fan of this franchise since forever. And why I'm so pissed off at the direction it's been going lately. Yeah, exactly. A desire you didn't even know was there. Oh, we almost made it. I shouldn't have jumped. Another Bowyer. Also machine made, in case you missed that. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give 2 positive for this place. Screw it. You can't stop me. You probably could talk me out of it if you wanted to.
People usually don't try to talk me out of positives, though, so... Smithy, no question. Like, I'm sorry, this is just my personal opinion, and I have nothing to back it up. But a world of machine-made is worse, to me, than nothing at all. Yeah, Smithy has that sort of machine thing to him. What the Terminator should be, right? It just keeps coming and approaching and advancing, and there's just, it's got that unstoppable, inevitable quality to it. It's like a machine press. So go ahead and do this really quick. That, and that. So, Eurytovich. This guy actually has meaner stats than the last Eurytovich fight. But we are substantially stronger at this point. I'm not sure if that's done on purpose, I just thought I'd mention it. Okay, so Gum Gum asked me a question. And that question was something... Ah, Parasite, right. Okay, so let me think about parasites in fiction. I suppose there's John Carpenter's The Thing. Genova, as a consequence. Yeah, see how fast we just blazed through that thing? By the way, I mentioned auto A points. There's actually a lot of auto A points here in the final dungeon. You just stand on the conveyor belt and let the experience come to you. So, another completely... I have no idea who these things are. It's Cloaker and Domino. I have no idea who these things are, or what they are, or anything about them, because random! So, Korgoth says, why is a world of nightmarish, unescapable hell worse than a world that is not there? I don't know how to explain that other than the sentence I just said. I've seen some of the sketchbooks from this game, and I say without hyperbole, because this isn't even making fun, this is actually what was happening. They were just drawing random stuff. In fact, I've seen Punchinella's original sketch, and it's just some random globular-looking thing, and they're like, yep, okay, put it in the game. I have a feeling that between Nintendo, which was working on Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time at this point in time, and Square, which was working on FF7, Xenogears, Chrono Cross, and Parasite Eve at this point in time, there's a little bit of a going on. I agree, Melkor. Smithy's very much a Tolkien-esque villain, in a good way. I mean, no, Lunae Ruth, because there's nothing artificially and malevolently maintaining the inescapable hell world. By the very definition of the fact that we escaped it, it was not an inescapable hell world. So, no. Hey, Reloaded. Quick, Reloaded, what's worse? A world in everything, where everything's been wiped out, or a world in which everything is awful forever? Go. Oh, I know, Jesse's mouse gets ridiculous. You, oh, weaklings! How shameful if they were to defeat me.
So, this is the first Mario RPG, Mr. Reloaded. And the score kind of demonstrates that, I think. Yeah, Smithy's world is, imagine an anvil and a hammer beating down on your face forever. Actually, yeah. Quite a bit. Bowser's usually either a party member or not an enemy in the Mario RPGs. In fact, he's only really an obstacle in 3? 4 of them. 4 of them. It doesn't have anything to do with anything, Pyro. Especially in a fictional case here, where we can very definitively say that the dead do not get to rest or go to an afterlife or anything. They get to stick around as haunted, tormented ghosts. Yes, really. The jailer comparisons keep coming. Well, my tomorrow's completely taken, but that shouldn't affect you, Mr. Reloaded. But I'm only telling you that because you keep forgetting that it's Sundays, not Saturdays. So as a reminder, Sundays is when we usually get together for stuff. What's the 15th? Hang on, let me look at my calendar. The 15th is a Saturday. Mr. Reloaded. So the 16th? Sure. I'm down. Pay no attention to the obvious calendar, which anybody could have access to anywhere. Hey, Larian. Yeah, that cooking pan is actually her best weapon in the game. No joke. Now, it may look like she's not doing a lot of damage, but that's specifically because of the gear setup I have on her. She actually can hit like a truck if you set her up to do it. So, actual final chunk of the game. This is what I meant earlier. So this song is my favorite song of the game. It's awesome and amazing. But what we hear for the final stretch is just this. It's already looped. You've already heard the full loop. And yet, unlike so many other aspects of the game, here the repetitive loop actually works really well. First of all, it's a very short dungeon. It's like 3 screens. But second of all, it's just a factory. It's just endless. And that's all it is. It's just an assembly line. Production's on schedule. This despite the fact that Mac Bowyer, Yuridovich, and the Axem Rangers were defeated. At this rate, Smithy will have a new army in no time. Yeah, this is the final dungeon. 3 rooms, little cutscene, final boss. Army, you can't be making more weapons? Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Oh yeah, who are you? This is the Mario. Give up now while you have a chance. Shut down production now or he'll stomp you. What'd you say, you little puffball? Mad Mallet, trash him. We also have 3 mini-bosses in a row. I should use these at some point. Right now. Yoshi, help me out. Thank you. Blackrock, Valerian. Alright, let's see what you got.
I know this sounds weird, but I would have the factory noise do a music override for this section, so you just hear the factory noises as you're going through this entire section. What do you mean, Mr. Reloaded? I mean, they can attack Peach plenty, but I have, like... Well, I don't have, like... I have the best armor in the game on her, so she takes no damage. That's why her attack is so low. Almost there, Mario. Come on! I mean, them focusing on her is great for me, so... What do you suppose this switch does? Oh my god, Mallow, you are so stupid. What's happening? Huh? What's with the funny face, Mario? Oh, I know. You're trying to make me look, aren't you? I'm not gonna fall for that one. Ah! Help, Mario! Oh, that was scary. I guess the green switch controls the crane. Meanwhile, the actual last vendor of the game. Toad. Ah, finally made it up here. Let me help you guys out. Princess? I'm sorry I snuck out without telling you or the Chancellor. I just wanted to get things back to normal. I wanted to do my part to help. Princess? Yes, that's it. Any job that lets me help both Mario and the princess is worthwhile. You're gonna help both of us? Well, I carried all I could. I'm still gonna charge you for it, though. I don't want any of that. Even though I have max money. Here, our inventory is literally full. So let's get rid of that, because it's just wasting space at this point. Yeah, I'm not even gonna question how Toad got down here. He had to go through Bowser's castle, into Exor, through the dead world of the factory, into here. Well, I'm pretty experienced at this game, Mr. Reloaded, and I'm pretty equipped for it. But we'll see. The last boss can give you issues. It's a little bit of randomness to it. So we'll see. Smithy 1 isn't too bad. Smithy 2 can be pretty mean. Here's the report. Sir, drill bit will be finished on time. We're ahead of schedule. We'll make Smithy proud. Good work, everyone. The harder we work, the stronger Smithy will become. The weapons we manufacture here will be... Just think of it. When Smithy takes over Mario's world, we can do anything we want.
Not so fast. You sure are a cocky bunch. I rule this world, don't you forget it.
It's the Mario. Mac 2 and Yuridovich 2 didn't stop him.
No, leave Mario out of this. I'm the one you need to worry about, not him.
Mario, you're about to make the longest jump of your life.
You're ignoring me!
By the way, all these guys are named manager, director, clerk, and they're all working as hard as they possibly can to enrich their boss. I just want you to think about that for a minute. Not gonna comment on it. I've never even heard of it, Mr. Reloaded, so no. Like the middle managers who have
bought into the Kool-Aid, I think is how I want to phrase that. Well, it's okay, Bowser. Like the moon over the day, my genius and brawn are lost on these fools. Each of these screens also serves as a bit of a character moment for each of our party members. You there? Are you the one in charge here? Do you know what your weapons have been doing to our world? Stop this nonsense at once! I'm afraid that isn't possible. Any dissent against Smithy will be dealt with immediate meltdown. Meltdown? Don't scare me, I've got Mario by my side. Dissenters will be eliminated. Production will continue. That's a very tiny snippet and insight, but it implies that whatever intelligence these people have, if they do decide to go against Smithy, he just melts them back down into slag to make into a new person. And the Lich King parallels continue. So I have several bombs in my inventory. I'm actually saving them for the fight immediately after this one, because that fight can go interestingly, and we want to get it over with as soon as possible. I mean, I guess the jailer does do this too, but the Lich King absolutely breaks down people into lesser versions of themselves or component parts. I mean, you know what a soul grinder is, right? Well, if you don't, go rewatch the Ice Crown episode of Lorecraft, because I talk about it there. But yeah, I hate to keep praising this game, but you notice how they're doing plenty to characterize Smithy, even though he hasn't even shown up on screen yet. This really is the Sauron thing. And it's one of the reasons why I talk about that type of villain. Sauron is a character entirely via absence. It's a negative space character. But it works really well, but it requires a fairly large amount of effort to do, because you have to hit a nice little balance point. You have to see the effects, the consequences, the insights. You have to see how his own people think of him. You have to see how his enemies think of him, etc., etc., etc. That's why the book sucks, Kimmick. Any questions? That's scary, but we can't run away now. We've got to kick these lowlifes out of our world. Yeah. Save. This is actually the last save right here. Mario, I'm surprised to see you here. But this is the end of the line for you. This is the closest you'll ever get to Smithy, so savor the moment. You'll be fodder for my incredible invention, the gun yoke! I wouldn't be surprised either, Gingaman. Alright, so we're gonna do a couple things here. Yeah, I don't know. That spell is almost straight out of Chrono Trigger, by the way. So we're gonna use our Firebomb first. We're gonna use our Firebomb second. We're gonna turn into a mushroom. Mario. Like I said, this fight can go kind of badly. Like, I think we'll do it, but it's just a little irritating. Then we're gonna use our Ice Bomb next. Ice bomb. Third. Fourth, rather. Yes, please keep attacking the invincible Peach. I implore you. Okay. Okay. Final boss time. Production line hasn't halted. Look, Mario, this is where the weapons all come from. I'm not super worried about Smithy 1, but I want to finish Smithy 1 with high resources, because Smithy 1 goes immediately into Smithy 2 with no break. Find the last star piece and stop the factory. We've got to defeat him first. The quest is almost over, and when that time comes... Oh, come on, let's get the show on the road. And a backup. That is Smithy. Real quick note, how many of you realized that was the star on his chest when you first played this game? You'll notice I am not raising my hand. Yeah. So, this also is an interesting, tiny little tidbit of visual storytelling. Smithy smelted the star into his own chest. That implies a lot about what he is, which we'll talk about in a minute. Hey, there's the last star piece. Huh? Already finished your tour of the factory, huh? Alright then. How about a little demonstration? Yo, Smithy! Stop making those things and hand over the star piece. Now. So you're Mario? Looks like we're gonna have a little dispute over the star. Just hand it over and get out of my castle! Bye-bye. We're a little touchy today, aren't we? You know, I'm actually growing rather fond of this place. Please, don't make us go through anymore. Just give us the star. Now. Better yet, why don't you give me your stars? Why, then I could easily conquer this world. Then we could get rid of all wishes and create a world filled with weapons. Over here now. I'll crush you all. of like the next one better, but yeah, these are some really good boss songs here. Thank you, Mr. Reloaded. We'll take that as a compliment. Do me a favor, don't go yet. I want you to see Smithy, too. Because, well, it's one of my least favorite things to do in any lore run I do. But I have no idea what Smithy is. I really don't. Our only real insight into what Smithy is Smithy 2. Hey, we did it. Okay. We're just that tough, Lunairith. I mean, they also throw an entire hail of swords at us, so... I, of course, have a theory, but it's almost entirely speculative. There's only a little bit of stuff, a little bit of insight to give us an idea of what Smithy is. We could go with the classic. You know, he was the first crafted automaton, golem, or, you know, magical creature, or machine, or whatever. Maybe he was built to build weapons for whoever used to live on this planet. Just kind of kept building weapons. If you want to go into true terrifying status, wouldn't it be interesting if Smithy doesn't even have a malevolence or purpose behind him? He's just building because that's what he was programmed to do originally, and so he keeps doing it. Horizon Zero Dawn, excuse me. Jesus, he hits hard. Yeah, that's his purpose. Build weapons. So that's what he does. Build weapons. And they never found or made or successfully turned them off, so he just kept building weapons. An entire world filled with weapons. This is probably the final reason I distinguish Smithy from Sauron. And the Jailer. Both Sauron and the Jailer have a clear malevolence to them. I don't think Smithy does, necessarily. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that I prefer the version of Smithy that doesn't have that. Yes, please attack Peach. She can take the hits. Nice, Reloaded. And yes, Horizon Zero Dawn's the one with the robot wildlife. Oh, okay, so phase 1 done. No! Calm down, Smithy. Your head looks like a geyser. You get so worked up. Think of your blood pressure. So we have to have a brief moment of levity for before we hit the final boss. We just built this yesterday, and the foundation's very weak, so stop shaking the floor! And his response is to smash them. And so we fall down into what's below the factory. This. If it's not obvious on stream, we are standing on a massive pile of smithies. Burning, seething. Never have I been so wronged. It is time. I will show you my real form. I will show you my true power. I will teach you respect, and I shall have my revenge. Your theory is as good as mine here. I gave you my theory. But you get it. We fight Smithy on top of a giant pile of Smithies. In this molten, glowing hell. So, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna energize Mario. First rock candy. Oh yeah, no, this the first time I saw this I was just like, whoa! This is also a pretty mean final boss. We might die. I actually grabbed a save state just to speed it up a little bit. So, he's a shapeshifter, kind of. It's actually worse than that. What he's doing is he's smithing his own form into whatever he needs it to be. He has several, and some of them are much worse than others. This is probably one of the better ones, except it does have the Magnum spell, which really sucks. Yeah, that spell. And that's what the Magnum spell does. If you get a perfect timing on Magnum, it's great. If you don't, you die. Another Energizer on Mario. So this is actually probably, ironically, one of the better forms for my setup. Because it has the least physical defense. I don't know the timings of Super Jump, and his hitbox actually changes, as I've referenced earlier. So the timing on it actually alters depending on when, at what specific frame you're coming down on it. The downside of this form is he just spams AoE death, so... Mario's probably gonna die again here in a second. I'm gonna get some damage out before that happens. This is probably the hardest boss fight in the game. I know what you're thinking, but Kulex! Nah, Kulex isn't actually all that hard. Kulex requires a specific strategy, but once you have the strategy, you're good. This guy is random, and that's part of the problem. This guy can be very, very, very mean. Or only kinda mean. Either way, Kulex is the other requirement, so this guy is either the first or second hardest boss in the game. Take your pick. I think we're gonna do it, because I have been building for this fight literally the entire game. Because that's how I play these games. Is I know what I need to be at the end, and so I build up to that the entire time. We are also getting very good luck on this. He went to mage form very early on, and we got in like a couple thousand damage there. So this is probably one of the worst forms for me personally. We're actually going to just spend rock candy here. And just kind of dodge his defense entirely. Two freebies in a row. Wow. I do use exercises to train... 3 in a row. I do use exercises to practice my memory. I do that even today. But I've always had pretty good memory. So yeah, he just dispelled my stuff, so that sucks, and I'm out of energizers. But that's okay, we're just gonna keep rock candying while he's in this form. I mean, isn't that true in most settings? So we actually killed his body there, just doesn't mean anything. So this is the mimic form. which can be really, really horrible or only kind of bad. It is very random, because that's how that works. So that wasn't too bad. And back to gun. Yes, Chemic. That's why I say this boss can be the hardest boss in the game, in my opinion, because... I don't know, I suppose the best way I could say that is that, in my opinion, a boss fight that requires more knowledge and skill is more difficult than a boss fight which is harder, but has a very set pattern to them, in my opinion. I don't think Penance is a very difficult boss, to put it into that terminology. Because Penance is just do the pattern over and over and over after you've maxed out all the stats. That's it. That's the strategy. That's the boss fight. I don't consider that hard. That's just boring, honestly. By contrast, Smithy here, you have to adapt to everything he's doing. So far, we're actually having really weird luck. Okay. No, I'm gonna sit on it. Push a little bit. Yep, okay, we're good. Gonna blow our next... let's just blow the oil. I mean, again, either way, it's almost... Sorry, I meant to warn you. It's almost, academic, right? Who's harder? The hardest boss in the game or the second hardest boss in the game? Either way, it's Cool X or Smithy. Smithy 2, I should say. Smithy 2 also has the advantage of the fact you have to fight Smithy 1 and then this guy without pause. That's kind of part of it, too. One more freebie. Yeah. Hate this form. This is probably my least favorite form. Even the random box is less irritating than the frickin' safe or whatever that is. Anvil? I don't know. By the way, the first time I played this game, I didn't even know the lazy shells existed, so I didn't have either lazy shell for this fight. Which I'm only mentioning because this fight gets much harder without both lazy shells. Especially the armor one. God, shift out of form, you jackass. What are you giving me? Oh, okay. It's sad that I get relief when he goes to mage form, because he can do more damage in mage form than anything else. But I can do more damage too. Oh, like triple. And that's it. Time. And of course, the factory stops without Smithy. By the way, not to make you feel even more horrible, but if you think about it, this is now a completely dead world, because nothing here can survive or exist without Smithy, so... I mean, if you compare this game to, like, Mario Brothers 3 Computer Kid, which has, like, a 40-second ending, yeah, I'm with you. Even Ninja Gaiden didn't have that long of one, and that's a story-driven game. Yeah, first try. I was actually thinking we might get a death in there. That's why I got that safety save state. But Super Mario RPG, no cheats. Yeah, this like Mystic Quest, it makes super sense why I think so positively about it, because the intro was good and the outro is great. And that's what tends to stick with you, right? It's a rare thing because a lot of games, especially Final Fantasy games, tend to really fall apart at the outro, but here we are, just frickin' nailing it. I'd say see you around, Gino, but we have never seen you since. Thank you, Papa Neeks, as always. The music helps, I think, Ginga Man. Oh yeah, Thanos showed up for this too. So there's the Star Road, kind of stitched back together, and deliberate Mario World reference. So there's Mallow. Got a crown now. The king never actually got his autographs. Bowser trying to repair the friggin' castle after all the damage that was done to it. And yelling, hey, there's his clown car copter. Johnny, for some reason, like I said, they wanted him to be super popular, and he wasn't. So it's, hi, Johnny, bye, Johnny. Told you, there's Valentina and Booster. And Booster's like, ah! Ah! And Valentina's like, get back here, I want your money! And Dodo's just like... It's not actually done yet. One last thing. After all, Luigi hasn't been in this game yet. So I hope you enjoy this. This is the only real-time Luigi's in the game. He was actually originally in the game. In fact, there's screenshots that have survived that show pictures of him being in the game. In Nimbus land, specifically. I have no idea, Papa Neeks? Hang on. Let me pull up the spreadsheet. That was 5 subs. Yes, that will actually push it over the limit. This, yeah, I don't even know what to say to this. The parade has so many details. I actually gave it a positive by itself, because I know this parade inside and out. I used to have a save right before the Smithy fight. It was my final save slot, and I would just keep it. In fact, I think if the battery in my SNES cartridge is still good, it's still there. And I would just load that save periodically and just go through and fight the last boss and see the ending, because the last boss is awesome, and the ending is awesome. That was my Super Max save, too. That was the level 30 with the Mega Death Gear. Jump Scarf and the crystal thing, whatever. Quartz, I think. Who? Computer Kid? Hi, Booster. They spelled her name wrong. Sorry. Oh, I thought it was the 30 jump thing, Ginga Man. Because I didn't have the 100 jump thing on the SNES. I never got it on the SNES. So there's Mac and Yuridovich and Bowyer. And so you're right, there's Blade full size, sort of. And we see exactly how much his minions mean to him. Bye, Blade. Gotta have Johnny looking cool. Cloak billowing. In fact, Johnny's who gets the transition. They really were pushing Johnny to be a major character. I don't know why. I've actually looked this up, too. I have no idea why they kept pushing Johnny. I got none. I love the Christmas light toad hats. How many fireworks you get in this depends on how many fireworks you bought earlier in the game. If you remember, we bought 0. So... it's actually really irritating to buy fireworks in this game because they cost 500, and your wallet cap is 999. So... special thanks to Koji Kondo. He didn't actually do any work on this game, I know that. I think 5, Mr. Red. Yeah, a lot of the old Garda Squared were involved in this game in some way or another. I'll be honest, this game has already scored better than I thought it would. Yeah, the fireworks thing is yet another example of good luck figuring it out on your own. I'm pretty sure we will see no fireworks right now, or we'll see a mushroom, I think. Oh, never mind. Oh, yep, no, we get nothing. Because we didn't buy a single firework. Oh, no, here we go. It's a mushroom! It's the worst option. Yay. One thing I did find as I was looking up is after Super Mario RPG, which sold pretty well, Nintendo reached out to Square and said, hey, we want to make Super Mario RPG 2. Would you like to get involved? Square said no. So they called in this company you've probably never heard of called Intelligent Systems. And thus, Paper Mario. And I don't want to sound preachy, but I do want to say, like, it's nice to see a company that says, well, this game sold well enough, let's make it a sequel, instead of, well, this game didn't sell all the money, let's cancel the franchise. Square and Nintendo had arguably already had their breakup at this point in time, but the exact moment is a little bit debatable. Let me put it this way. By the time this game came out, the Square and Nintendo... Did I say Square and Sony? The Square and Nintendo breakup had effectively already happened. Because, yeah, as Korgoth is pointing out, as I talked about when we talked about Mario 64 and the significance of the Nintendo PlayStation, that's when that officially happened, and that's when the two companies officially divested and... or diverged, excuse me, and would remain so for several years. Give me one moment, please. Just need to add a couple things to the spreadsheet. Don't mind me. It's rare I give too positive for an outro, but I stand by that one. Yeah, exactly. By the time this game sold and they were thinking about Super Mario RPG 2, yeah, no, it's they were no longer on working terms. Okay. Let's audit, shall we? Pull up chat so I can read it here. Yeah, and Crystal Chronicles was hampered by several things. Yeah, it's a weirdly good outro. So, for all intents and purposes, Super Mario RPG exists on its own, Savacom. There's no relation between Super Mario RPG and any of the rest of the Mario RPGs. I've actually talked about this before when I was doing the Paper Mario lore run, which I don't blame you for not watching. You should totally watch it. But the general idea is Paper Mario effectively launched what would become its own canonicity, and then would kind of Paper Mario 2, Super Paper Mario, and Mario and Luigi 1 and 2 would kind of exist within the same continuity, but not really be connected. You know, so they're there, but there's no real connections. Whereas Mario and Luigi 1, 2, 3, and 4 would all effectively be a singular story, which is directly connected. Or sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Mario 1, Luigi 1, 2, and 3 would be a singular story, kind of connected by disparate stories. And then Mario & Luigi 4 would still be part of that, but disconnected. And then Mario & Luigi 5 would be extremely disconnected. And then Paper Mario Sticker Star can go to hell, and then it just fell apart from there. But for a while there, they kept a pretty decent continuity amongst the Mario RPGs, but whatever. So, story axis first, because, yeah. What do we got here? So, none of that, 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 none of that. None of this stuff applies. Scroll forward a little bit. External continuity. Ironically, no. Hopefully it'll go swiftly and you won't have to wait too long, period. Laura Mom's going to the dentist. Best I can hope there is you get it over with quickly. Alright, fake drama. I knew it, Korgoth. Foreshadowing, no. Humor, yeah. So this codified Bowser's personality, Gum Gum. It didn't actually innovate it. As I talked about earlier, the thing that innovated Bowser's personality. Oh my god. Come on, there we go. It's this. This is actually what started Bowser and Peach and Luigi and Mario and Yoshi as characters. Which is weird to think about. Kentaro Takekuma. We can thank for that one. Okay, so... Give me one sec. Hold on to that for just a second, Melkorblade. Let me go through this real quick, because there's a couple other characters I want to think about, too. Intro's good. Intro, lighting. I already gave the internal continuity plus, because it's actually surprisingly good. Scroll forward a little bit here. That's going to be under gameplay, so that doesn't apply. We already gave those positives. That doesn't apply. That doesn't apply. Ironically, the Princess Peach segments wouldn't even exist and be invented for the next game. Okay, plus for that. How do you think with the voice acting? Okay, so characters. That's the other thing I wanted to talk about, because that's kind of everything. Because he's awesome, Trihexia. So we've given a character plus to Bowser, Mallow, Peach, and Smithy. Hi, Kay. We're debating if we want to give one to Mario. I just realized we should probably give one for supporting cast in general. There's a lot of supporting cast in this, and they're good. Oh yeah, we also gave one to Booster. So there was a tipping. I missed it. Thank you for saying something. As usual, if I don't say something, feel free to bring it to my attention. It was! Thank you, Lolimloss, very much. I do always appreciate, even if I miss it. Thank you very, very much. So, Modern Warfare will start tomorrow. I still have to do rumination on this game, and by tomorrow, I mean Tuesday. Sorry. There will be no stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is my Christmas. It's the first time in which we all have time available, so tomorrow is family day. And I have to do rumination on this. I gotta get some other things done, too. By the way, speaking of which, we will probably not have a lore week Sunday, so we'll probably jump right into Season 9 of the MLP Streamination Sunday. That might change. As usual, I will send out an announcement on Discord and on Twitter tomorrow afternoon or evening in order to codify that. Merry Christmas. Okay. Okay, so... Where am I at? Characters. Right. Actually, no, I'm writing down Lolimloss's thing. That's what I'm doing. So that's 10 for Dawn of War 2. Is Life is Strange 2 colors on the list? Although I don't imagine there'll be any issues with it. But just in case. Yes, Ross, and if you don't... So I actually already gave a plus to the pantomimes, I think. Let me double check that. I did. You can also just watch it Saturday, Ross. Is Brigman present? If not, I can make something happen. But anyways. So, You know, this is going to be funny. I don't think Gino is a plus to story. He's just so flat of a character in narrative. He's not bad. He's just the quest giver, effectively. You know? It's like, hey, I'm here to tell you what's going on. Alright, well. Now that that's done, moving on. Because that way you'll have watched it the day previously. And then we wake up the next day and then... Okay. Right. Yeah, no, so it's kind of funny. I don't think I'm going to give a plus to Gino, which... I'm going to start the rumination with that. Yeah, no, you're right, Dakota. You're exactly right. That is his purpose. I think I agree with a plus for Mario. Which one, Melkor Blade? Dramatic pause. Oh, Gino coming to life. No, and I'm not going to. Which leaves us with a piddly, pathetic, terrible plus 27 to story. Jesus Christ. That's a really high story score. Hence my comment. No, we will have the streaminations on Sunday. But otherwise, yes, there will be no stream until Tuesday. Well, so the next stream will be the streaminations on Sunday, and then the stream after that will be Modern Warfare on Tuesday. Now, gameplay-wise, I think this game's going to score a whole lot worse. Mostly because it already has. So let's scoop through this. That doesn't apply, that doesn't apply, that doesn't apply, doesn't apply, doesn't apply, doesn't apply, doesn't apply. There isn't really any backtracking, since for the most part you can just zip there on the overworld map, which is actually a nice feature. Bestiary bosses, we've already talked about that. No bugs to speak of, no builds to speak of, no built-in cheats, no camera, no choices, no co-op. We did give the controls plus core combat. So I was actually thinking about this. Correct, Blade Torval. I really didn't think this was going to score this well, so I'm a little bit surprised here. I don't think this game gets a positive for the timed hit system. Now, before you skin me alive, what I mean by that is I think that the timed hit system is a good system eventually. I think they would eventually turn it into a good system in Paper Mario, actually, and Mario & Luigi 1. I think this is such a prototype and has so many individual niggling issues that I can't consider it to be full positive. There's too many attacks where the specific moment at which when you should use the timed hit is extremely unclear. In some cases, it's outright deceptive when you should hit the button in order to defend against some attacks or attack with some attacks. And some attacks you can defend against or, special. Some you can't at all. There's nothing that really indicates this. And, of course, nothing in the game even explains the concept of the crit timed hits, which is a thing even in this game. All of this brings this into what it is. It's a prototype. Yeah, and then there's the inconsistent hitboxes problem. So, yeah, this is a prototype. And that's why I don't think it's a positive. I was thinking about this just this morning, because I was processing, because I do like the timed hit system as a concept, but... Anyways, okay, so there's no cosmetics, there's no crashes. I already commented on the difficulty curve. There's no difficulty options or ability. Scrolling forwards. Enemy variety. Yeah. I'm just gonna give that one and move on. That's that. You win. You win there. Just the one, though. Graphics. So this is sprite work and brickwork, primarily as it applies to gameplay. We've already commented on it from the narrative axis. So I don't like how this game looks. I never have, even back on the SNES. I've already mentioned the clay problem. Yeah, low-level runs of this game are insane, by the way, if you've never seen one. Just absolutely bonkers. How do we feel about the kit? Which really boils down to the party members and their respective abilities is what would be the kit in this game. Yeah, see, that's the problem. I don't think it's super noteworthy. Right? Like, it's not bad. Another thing I'm debating is minigames. There's obviously a lot of minigames. The question is, do the minigames add to the enjoyment of the game? That's the real question. That's a good point. Yeah, I was just thinking about that, Melkor. I don't think the minigames would be a negative, although a few of them pissed me off. But, you know, I don't think I'd qualify the minigames as a negative. One second, I need to look something up.
Speaking of which, we'll have to discuss replay value in a minute here. So be thinking about that. I think I'm going to go ahead and put that under animations. Yeah. I should probably add viscerality as a category, but whatever. In fact, I'm just going to do that right now. Yeah, I wasn't counting the Bowser's Castle stuff. Sorry. Okay. I think I'm going to call the minigames a wash. See you around, Nithrius. If you could even hear this. Which brings us to replay value. I'm kind of torn on that one. The game certainly doesn't really do anything to make it replayable, so it definitely doesn't get a second replay positive. And I will freely admit that, well, usually when I'd replay this game, I'd replay the final dungeon and the final boss and the ending. I don't think that counts either, so... I'm kind of torn on this one. Leaning towards no, but I'm willing to listen. What do y'all got for me? It is short, and you can do several different party makeups, that's true. And it is funny. Yeah, alright. I think what's going to really push that into positive territory is how short it is. I think it's basically everything. I've already kind of looked ahead. The only other thing, and I'm curious of your thoughts of this, is what I call visual distinction, which is how well you can tell what you're looking at a glance. In my opinion, this game doesn't have good visual distinction. What I'm questioning is if it actually has bad visual distinction. If there's ever points in the game where it's actually hard to tell what you're looking at or what you're interacting with because of the visuals, because of the graphics. What do we think on that one? That's true, Melkor Blade, although you're right, that's not the game's favor. If that was true, Breath of Fire 2 would rate a lot higher. Like, yeah, I love this song and all, but, you know, Oh, apparently I save stated right here. Oh, right, to override that. Oh, I already gave a negative for platforming, which I stand behind, consequently. I mean more like whether or not you can tell what you're looking at. You know, being able to tell where a box is or where an enemy is or whatever. I think I'm probably going to call it a wash. I can't think of any severe moments at which it was just, you know? Like, I can tell that this is a thing I can jump into, I can tell that's a thing I can jump onto, and so forth and so on, right? I will, however, admit that a lot of my knowledge of this game comes from practice, not from being able to tell what I'm looking at. Yeah, exactly, computer kid. I think I'll call it a wash. I don't think I'll call it good, because I don't think it's good. But I will call it a wash. So that's it. That's the review.
means we need to figure out how this actually rates. So let's go ahead and just nuke this entirely here. Let me pull this over here. Ironically, I think Paper Mario has substantially better visual distinction, but a lot of that's because of the specific aesthetic they went to. Yeah, look at that variance. So that's going to be a plus 27 net to story and a plus 3 to gameplay. That's, yeah. No cheats. Yay. Let me do some calculations. We'll figure out what this thing's golden number is. Yeah, if I'm being completely honest, that is already a higher score than I was expecting. Do I have any Super Mario RPG music in here? I do not. What I do have is some Paper Mario music. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed, as I suppose I always hope. Not really a unique thought, is it? Please enjoy the content I'm producing. Please, oh God, please. Why do you hate me? Or, to quote someone else, why won't you love me? Anyways, Super Mario RPG, so this is 12.7. That's 27 and 3. I mean, I do know this game pretty well, especially the outro. Because, yeah. Okay, 9. 14 divided by 5. That's alright. Hey, Eitri. Yep, we're going through the golden number calcs right now. No, I enjoyed this run more than I thought it would. It was fun to talk about. It was fun to discuss. There were some downsides, as I was expecting, but not as bad as I was remembering. I think what really happens is I remember that blah section, and it just saps me every time I think about the game. You know? It's like, ugh, I gotta go through that section. Oh, shoot. There's a negative I was... hang on. Before we finish, I don't want to drag the score down anymore, but there was a last negative I meant to debate with you. Bunt. The cake. The cake boss. So let's go through this sequentially. From a gameplay perspective, the scene's great. In fact, I gave the scene a positive to the story axis. But look at it from the gameplay perspective. So we've got a save, and then we've got a mini-game, which we cannot skip, along with the cutscenes leading up to it, along with the kiss, along with the cutscene thereafter, leading to the chefs showing up, leading to the chefs being irritated, then the initial fight against the chefs, and then we start the boss fight. And then there's the fact, this what the hell is this music choice? And then a boss fight happens. And the boss fight, if you know what you're doing and you're lucky, you're cool. But it is a hell of a difficulty spike, especially since nothing really explains how the boss fight actually operates. As I mentioned before, I was building for the bunt fight well into it, so I was ready to go and set up and okay, we're cool. But it's really easy to not be. And your last save was before 3 cutscenes and a minigame and a fight before you have to do it. So you gotta go through all of that every time you have to do the boss fight. You know? So it's a difficulty spike with a bad save game placement, with just some frustration on top of being kind of unfair in general, and it also kind of comes out of nowhere. I'll withdraw the nowhere thing. You're probably expecting a boss fight with Booster. You just don't get one. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's what was really... I was processing that this morning, too, while I was thinking about the game. Because that... I mentioned this while we were at that part of the game. This is a little loud. I mentioned that at that part of the game. How many times have I seen this stupid cutscene? Because of dying to the frickin' bunt fight. So, as much as I hate to drag the game down, I'm gonna ding that. So actually, that's going to be a gameplay plus 2. Anyways, so that drags it down a little bit. So, drumroll, please. Now that we've punched in everything else. Wow. No, that tracks. Yeah, no, I'm with that. 71.57. For perspective, that's better than Metal Gear Solid. But, sorry, I shouldn't be mean. But I stand by that. It's, that puts it right around level with, say, Homeworld Emergence. Or, a little bit below Mega Man 2, which I know sounds like a weird comparison, but there it is. And right around the range of Halo 2, which, actually, yeah, I kind of stand behind that. The gameplay really drags the game down, but the story really drags the game up. This could have been, a very, just one of the Mazeballs games. And it's obvious why it's retained such endurance in cultural consciousness for so long. Now, if you give me a moment, let's see who guessed closest to that. Give me a moment here. So let's see. We might have a tie. We do have a tie. Yep, it is a tie between Melkor Blade and Don Crow. I'm going to go and jot those down here. Don Crow, if you want to let me know, like right now. Let me know right now. I don't know if Don Crow is live, but I know you're right there, Melkor Blade. So where do you want it to go? Stop adding repeat freaking things here. Let's do another sword. There, whoops. I meant to do that the other way. There we go. Yeah, we switched it around today, Justin. So golden is now going to link to the golden sheet, and guess or number is going to link to the guess sheet. Henceforth.